All right.
Right. You guys can be seated. Thank you. Right. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. I was doing another matter in chambers, so I appreciate your patience. Okay. We're going to begin with Austin Lewandowski, and then Oswaldo Macias will be next. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're right. I'm so tired. Sorry. No, I forgot something, but thankfully I have a very good clerk. This is the 2 a.m. calendar, the initial appearance calendar for August 20th of 2026. The court's orders in regards to DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar day of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I also have to read the victim's rights advisement. You're a victim of a crime pending before this court. You're advised you have rights under the Arizona law, which among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to do a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes any decision in regards to release, negotiation of plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who's convicted of causing you a loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Now we will begin with Mr. Lewandowski, and then Mr. Macias will be next. Could you state your name and date of birth for me, sir?
Austin Lukowski, July 15th, 1998.
Okay, sir, you have been charged with charges of aggravated assault of class 4 felony, unlawful imprisonment of class 6 felony, prevention of use of a telephone or emergency, a misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a misdemeanor. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you in this matter. I am setting bond in the amount of $25,000. If that bond is posted, I'm also ordering that you be fitted with an electronic monitor before you leave the jail, with a curfew to be set by the probation officer. If you are released, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. You're not to initiate any contact with the victim whatsoever of any sort. If you were living with her, you're entitled to one civil standby. That is where you contact the police officers in an attempt to get your property back from that location. You can do that once. Don't possess any weapons and follow the rest of the release conditions. That will be on your paperwork. Do you have any questions, sir?
So as far as the bail, how much do I have to come up with? The whole $25,000?
It's $25,000 is a secured bond. If you go through a bonding company, they can explain to exactly what you'd have to do. It's not. I could have imposed a cash bond, but I did not.
Okay.
All right. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy of your paperwork in an envelope with pretrial services information on it. Then Oswaldo Macias and Jorge Alegria will be next. All right, could you state your name and date of birth for me?
Oswaldo Macias.
All right, sir.
08/11/1995.
Okay, you're here on two cases. I'm going to start with number 27. You're charged in that case with aggravated assault of class 4 felony. In that matter, I am appointing the public defenders. I did that wrong. I'm going to edit this. So I'm going to redo your paperwork. Will just take me 1 second. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm setting bond in this matter at $10,000. If you post that bond, I'm also ordering electronic monitoring that would be installed, that would be applied to you before you were released from custody. I'm ordering you not to return to the scene, have any contact with the victims in any way whatsoever, not to possess any weapons, and follow the rest of the release conditions that are on your paperwork, which would include, because you're on probation, that you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. In your other case, you're here for a probation violation matter. In that case, I've as well appointed you the public defender's office. I'm setting a bond in the amount of $50 in that case. That's what's called a placeholder bond, because I set a more significant bond in the other case. In that case, you're set for revocation of arraignment on August 26th of this year at 8:30 in the morning. in the courthouse downtown. Because I don't have a distinct recollection of telling you your court date in the other case, I'll go back. In your new case, you have a court date on August 26th of this year, 8:30 courthouse downtown. The address will be on your paperwork, and a preliminary hearing on August 28th. Do you have any questions, sir?
Motion.
Step to the left, and that nice gentleman will give you your paperwork. Jorge Algrea, and then Omar Labato would be next. Could you state your name and date of birth for me?
For George, 28, 2008.
I'm sorry, one more time?
George, 01 to 28, 2008.
Okay. You're here on a bench warrant for failure to appear in the Superior Court matter for the charges of possession of narcotic drugs and possession of narcotic drugs for sale. I'm affirming the bond that the judge who ordered, which is $7,500. Your next court date is a status conference on August 28th in the courthouse downtown. The address will be on your paperwork. The other release conditions will also be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Okay. Then you're free to go step to the left and I'll give you your paperwork. All right. Omar Labato and then Christine McGuire would be next. All right, sir. Name and date of birth, please.
Omar Labato, July 10th, 1995.
All right, sir. You are charged in Superior Court with 2 counts of aggravated assault class 3 felonies. In this case, I am appointing the public defender's office to finding you and appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm setting bond in the amount of $100,000. Your next court date will be on August 26th at 8:30 in the morning in the courthouse downtown. The address will be on the paperwork. And the preliminary hearing will be 2 days later on August 28th of this year, also in the courthouse downtown. And again, the address will be on the paperwork. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Okay, step to your left. And then Christine McGuire. And then Brianna Adamez would be next. All right, could you give me your name and date of birth, please?
Christine McGuire, January 3rd, 1995.
Are you here for 3 cases? You have a new case of possession of narcotic drugs in which I found probable cause to believe you've committed that crime. In that case, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I've set bond in the amount of $2,500. Your next court date in that case will be on August 26th of this year at 8:30 in the morning. The preliminary hearing will be on August 28th. Both those all will be in the courthouse downtown. The address which will be on your paperwork. You have also a probation violation matter that, again, I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm setting bond in the amount of $50. Your court date on those will be also on August 26th. So the jail will make certain you make both of those. And in your other case, it's also a probation violation. And also I'm setting a $50 bond in that case. Do you have any questions, ma'am? Okay, then you step to the left and give you a copy of your paperwork. Then Brianna will be next and Larry Powell will follow. Can you state your name and date of birth for me?
Brianna Marie Taltimas, 11/21/90.
Okay. You're here for a bench warrant on a paraphernalia charge a ways back. I'm setting bond in the amount of $500. I'm sorry, this is a probation violation matter. I misspoke. I am setting your next court date on August 26th in the probation violation court, the address for which will be on your paperwork. So August 26th at 8:30. If you are released, don't have any contact with the arresting officers and keep in contact with your probation officer. You have any questions?
No.
All right. Other conditions on your paper, make sure you follow all of them. All right.
Thank you.
And then Larry Powell and then Poe Ray would be next. All right, could you give me your name and date of birth?
Larry Powell, September 13th, 1990.
Hi, Mr. Powell, you're here for two cases, the first of which is a probation violation matter. In that case, I'm finding you indigent and appointing the public defender's office to represent you in that case. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. There are other release conditions which will be on your paperwork. I expect you to follow all of them, which would include, if you get out, make sure you call your PO within 72 hours. Your revocation arraignment will be on August 26th at 8:30 in the morning in the courthouse downtown. The address will be on your paperwork. Your other case is also a probation violation. I am setting the same $250 bond, not the same, a like $250 bond in that case. The court dates are the same, August 26th of this year at 8:30 in the morning in the courthouse downtown. The address will be on your paperwork. If you get out, you have to follow all the release conditions, which will be listed on your paperwork, but would include keep the court notified of your address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Okay. Then Steph, you'll have to give you a copy of your paperwork. Then Poe Ray and Julian Wilkins would be next. Okay, sir, could you state your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Paul, June 27, 2000.
Okay. You're here for a warrant out of the Superior Court for possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. In this case, I'm sending a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Your next court date will be a status conference on August 26th of this year in the courthouse downtown. The address of which will be on your paperwork, and then a preliminary hearing would follow on August 28th of 2026, also at 8:30 downtown. If you get out, you have to obey all laws, stay away from the arresting officers, and follow the other written release conditions. Any questions, sir? Okay, you can step to your left. I'll give you a copy of your paperwork. Julian Wilkins and then Chandler Peoples would be next. Wow. Okay, sir, could you state your name and date of birth for me?
Julian Wilkins, 07/26/2000.
Okay. Mr. Wilkins, you are charged with theft of or controlling a property, class 4 felony. I am finding you indigent and appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm setting bond in the amount of $1,000. If you post that bond, you have to stay away from the police officers, all the other written release conditions, which will be on your paperwork. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Okay, then you step to your left and you get a copy of that paperwork. All right, Chandler Peoples and then Jonathan Yuko would be next. Could you state your name and date of birth, please?
Chandler Peoples, 2/15/93.
All right. You're here for 3 cases. You have a new case, which is shoplifting with an artifice class 4 felony. I found probable cause to believe that crime was committed. I'm setting bond in this case in the amount of $1,000. If you post that bond, I'm ordering you to stay away from the scene of the alleged crime, stay away from the arresting officers, follow the rest of the written release conditions, and call your probation officer within 72 hours of your arrest. Your next court date in that case is August 26th of this year, 8:30 in the morning, courthouse downtown. The address will be on your paperwork. And then a preliminary hearing will be on August 28th, also in the courthouse downtown, and also at 8:30. In your first probation violation matter, you're on probation for a class 6 felony. I found appointed counsel. I'm setting bond in the amount of $50. If you post that bond, contact your probation officer and follow the rest of the release conditions. In the last matter, you're again on probation for a class 6 felony. I'm finding you indigent, appointing the public defender's office. Your revocation agreement on that case is August 26th at 8:30 in the morning, courthouse downtown. The address will be in your paperwork. If you post the bond, make certain you stay in contact with your probation officer and follow the other release conditions, okay? You can step to your left and you get a copy. All right, Jonathan, and then I think it's Dejeuner Davila. I can't say that, sorry. Okay, sir, yeah. You're charged with possession of narcotic drugs, unlawful failure to return rental property, possession of drug paraphernalia. I found probable cause to believe you committed those offenses. I have appointed an attorney from the Office of Public Defense Services, the contract counsel. In this case, I have to hold you non-bondable because you were on felony release. You'd signed up for diversion. In that other case, when you sign up for diversion, I know they make you acknowledge that if you commit a crime while on diversion, you'll be held non-bondable, and that's exactly what I have to do. The law doesn't allow me to do anything else. For that reason, you'll be held non-bondable, and your next court date will be on August 26th for a status conference. You'd have an evidentiary hearing on the non-bondable issue on August 27th. The August 26th matter would be at 8:30 in the courthouse downtown. The August 27th matter would be at 1:30 at courthouse downtown. And then a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30, also in the courthouse downtown. Do you have any questions, sir?
Oh, this is so much right now.
It's a lot, but unfortunately, the law is very clear that when you commit a crime on release, I have to hold you non-bondable.
So,
There's a possibility you can resolve your next court date. I've seen that happen, but I can't do anything tonight other than hold you non-bondable.
so non-bondable means I can't.
A non-bondable means just that you're not going to be released until your next court date, which will be next week.
You guys can make an exception, you know?
I can't make an exception. The law is the law. That's actually a very strict law. It's one of the few areas you can be held non-bondable if you commit a crime while on release.
And on last court appearance I had here, they said that they charged me with a dangerous substance, and they said that it was cocaine that they had found. And they said that they had to switch that up.
All I know is I looked at the Form 4. I found probable cause in the charges that have been submitted, and you're being held non-bondable. So there's literally nothing I can do. The law is very clear on that. All right. So if you step to the left, I'll give you a copy of your paperwork. And then I know I'm mispronouncing Dash and all right. Can you come in and tell me how to pronounce your name since I'm doing such a poor job? I was step up to the podium. Yeah.
Dejane.
Dejane. I wasn't even close. And what's your last name?
Davila.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
11/1901.
All right. You're charged with a class 5 felony. I have found probable cause to believe that crime was committed and was committed by you. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. The county attorney wanted you held on a significant bond, but I think given the nature of this charge, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. It's very important you make your court dates, okay? Not making your court dates will make this case much worse. All right, so will you make your court dates?
Yes.
Okay. Your next court date will be a status conference on August 26th of this year. So next week at 8:30 in the morning, I'm sorry, I'm releasing you. I always get this wrong. Your next court date is actually September 4th because you're being released. It's set out a little bit further. And then your court date after that will be September 8th, both in the courthouse downtown. And again, your paperwork will have the time and the court address on it. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Then you can step to the left in this nice show. I'm going to hand you your paperwork. Crystal English. Crystal English. And then after Miss English will be Veronica Gutierrez. All right, could you tell me your name and date of birth?
Crystal English, June 10th, 1993.
Okay, ma'am, you're here charged with the crime of criminal trespass. I have found probable cause to believe that crime was committed by you. I am going to take a chance, given the nature of this charge, and release you to pretrial services with drug and alcohol monitor.
Thank you.
It's very important that when you get released, they're going to give you an envelope with how to contact pretrial services. Make sure you do that.
Okay.
And do it before your next court date because you'll impress the judge if you've actually done that.
Okay.
A lot of people don't. Your next court date will be on September 4th of this year at 8:30 in the morning in the courthouse downtown. The address will be on the paperwork. And then your preliminary hearing will be on September 8th of 2026. But the important date for you to remember is September 4th at 8:30, okay?
September 4th.
So be there. It'll be on your paperwork, and good luck, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And then Veronica Gutierrez and Landrick Begay would be next. All right, could you tell me your name and date of birth, please?
Veronica Gutierrez, August 20th, 2000.
All right, Ms. Gutierrez, you are charged with burglary, class 3 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I found probable cause to believe those crimes were committed by you. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you in this matter and going to release you on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear for future court dates. So it's very important you make your future court dates. Your next court date will be September 4th of this year at 8:30 in the morning, courthouse downtown. The address will be on your paperwork. The preliminary hearing then would be on September 8th in the same place and at the same time. Since I am releasing you, I'm giving you some conditions you have to meet. You can't go back to the scene of the crime. You can't contact the arresting officers. You have to stay out of trouble, stay away from drugs, and notify the court of any new address. You have all that? Any other release conditions on your release paperwork you'd also have to follow. So step to your left and I'll give you a copy of your paperwork, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then Landrick Begay and Jesse Howell would be next. All right, could you tell me your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Landrick Begay, 12/21/1988.
All right, you were charged with a couple of misdemeanor charges out of Santan Justice Court for criminal damage and disorderly conduct. Those, actually several counts of disorderly conduct. So these are misdemeanors, so they're serious misdemeanors, okay? I need you to take this case seriously. I'm releasing your recognizance, but there's going to be some very specific terms that I need you to follow, okay? You can't go back to the scene of the crime until this case is resolved. I know it was your home, but you're going to have to find somewhere else to live because of what happened in this case. You understand that? You can't have initiating any contact with the victims until we get this case resolved. So you have to stay away from your family. You absolutely cannot have any weapons. You can't possess or use any drugs without a valid prescription, and you can't use any alcohol or drive without a valid driver's license. Keep the court advised of a new address, okay? It will be a violation of your release conditions if we find out you're going back to the same place and initiating contact with the victims. You understand that? So take care of yourself and take care of this charge, okay? Your next court date, as I said, will be an arraignment in Santan Justice Court. The address will be on your paperwork, and that will be on September 8th of this year at 9 o'clock in the morning, okay? All right, so take care of yourself, sir. Step to the left, I'll give you a copy of your paperwork. Jesse Howell, and then Stephen Leitzig. Okay, sir, can you tell me your name and date of birth, please?
Jesse Howell, 5/24/81.
All right, Jesse. Now, you are charged with criminal trespass, a class 6 felony, committed on August 19th of this year. I found probable cause to believe that crime was committed by you. I am finding you indigent and appointing the public defender's office to represent you.
Yes, sir.
I am going to release you to pretrial services with drug and alcohol monitoring,
Yes, sir.
giving you a chance to prove that you can take care of yourself and take care of your court dates, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's very important that when you get out of custody, you contact pretrial services within 72 hours. You stay away from the scene of the alleged crime, don't have any contact with the victims. Stay away from drugs without a valid prescription, and keep the court notified of your address. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Step to your left and I'll give you a copy of that paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Stephen Leitzig. Okay. Oh, God damn it, that was on.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you tell me your name and date of birth?
Stephen Hunter Litsky, April 28th, 1989. Yeah, you kind of butchered it.
I butchered it. I am uniquely gifted at saying names badly, which is a pretty bad gift to have given my job, but I am. You're charged with unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, reckless driving, possession of drug paraphernalia, and driving without a valid driver's license. I'm going to take a chance on you and release you to pretrial services with drug and alcohol monitoring. That will give you a chance to prove that you can comply with court orders before you even start going to court, okay?
Yeah.
I'll give you a copy of how you need to contact pretrial services. I'm ordering you to do that within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date would then be at the courthouse downtown on September 4th of this year at 8:30 in the morning, and then another court date on September 8th of this year at 8:30 in the morning in the same place.
You said what days?
September 4th is the day you have to remember. Okay?
The 4th and the 8th?
The 4th and the 8th, but the 8th may change on the 4th. That often happens. So always remember the first date.
Alright.
Because sometimes people, I went on the 8th. Well, you were supposed to be on the 4th. When you didn't show up on the 4th, a warrant issued for your arrest, and then
Yeah.
the 8th kind of goes away. Don't initiate any contact with the arresting officers. Stay away from drugs and any drugs. Stay away from drugs and any alcohol while this case is pending. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Step to your left, and I'll give you a copy of your paperwork. All right. Do we have the interpreter? All right. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We are going to call Jose Ruiz Lopez. Yeah. Okay. All right, sir, can you tell me your name and date of birth?
Señor, diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
José Juan Ruiz López, 30 de septiembre del 92.
All right, sir, you are here on what's called a fugitive of justice warrant. That means a warrant has been issued for your arrest.
Muy bien, señor, usted está aquí como fugitivo de la ley. Eso quiere decir que una orden de arresto se ha hecho a nombre suyo.
Oh, yeah, that was from Texas. Did you have an opportunity to look at a laminated piece of paper that hopefully was translated into Spanish?
Muy bien, señor, eso fue en Texas. Por casualidad, usted tuvo la oportunidad de ver un papel que estaba laminado, que espero yo que haya estado traducido al español.
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
As I stated, you have a warrant from Texas. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand a hearing and you force the state to get warrants from the governors of both states before you're sent back.
Muy bien, entonces, como le mencioné, tiene una orden de arresto en Texas. Así que esto le deja con una opción de tomar una decisión. Puede escoger no tener su audiencia de expedición y ser enviado de vuelta al estado donde está la orden de arresto en los próximos 30 días, o puede pedir una audiencia y forzar al estado a obtener órdenes de arresto de parte del gobernador de ambos estados antes de que usted sea enviado de vuelta.
Okay. If you do waive your right to an extradition hearing, you are going to be held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days, which would start tomorrow if you don't have any other pending charges in Arizona.
Si usted escoge no tener una audiencia de aceleramiento, expedición, usted se le va a estar manteniendo bajo la custodia del condado Maricopa en la cárcel sin opción a poder pagar una fianza por los próximos 30 días, empezando mañana, contando siempre que no tenga ningún otro cargo aquí en Arizona.
If you did have other pending charges in Arizona, the 30 days would begin once those are resolved.
Si usted tiene algún otro cargo en el estado de Arizona, usted, ¿verdad? Los 30 días, ese periodo, empezaría una vez que cumpliera con la fecha o con el tiempo de cárcel que exigieran esos cargos.
If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I'm going to set your first court date for August 31st of this year. I can't appoint an attorney to represent you for extradition because it's a civil matter, but you can hire an attorney if you so choose.
Muy bien. Entonces, si usted desea tener la audiencia de extradición, ¿verdad? Le voy a estar pautando una fecha de corte para agosto 31 de este año. Yo no le puedo poner un abogado o nombrar un abogado para que le represente para una audiencia de extradición, porque esto es un asunto civil. Pero si usted así lo quiere, puede contratar un abogado.
You would be entitled to bail while that extradition hearing is pending, and I intend to set that bond in the amount of $150,000.
¿Verdad? Usted se le va a permitir tener la opción de pagar una fianza mientras espera por la audiencia de extradición. Y voy a estar poniendo la fianza a una cantidad de $150,000.
A warrant from both governors of Texas and Arizona is required to extradite you. They would have 90 days in order to get that warrant.
Se necesita una orden de arresto para los estados de Texas y de Arizona para que usted se le pueda hacer la extradición. Ellos tienen un periodo, ambos estados, de 90 días para hacer esa orden. Sorry about that, sir.
No, I interrupted you. I apologize. Do you wish to waive your extradition or keep your rights and have the extradition hearing?
¿Usted desea negarse a tener la audiencia de extradición o desea tener esa audiencia como es su derecho?
Es algo confuso, no le voy a entender bien, pero creo que pues tengo que pagar los cargos de Texas, ¿verdad?
Sorry, this whole process is a little confusing for me, but if I understood correctly, I need to pay for the charges that I have in Texas, right?
That is true.
Y aquí
Sí,
en Arizona
correcto,
pues
señor.
no debo ningún cargo.
Say what you
And
said
here
again.
in Arizona, I don't have any. Here in Arizona, I don't have any charges.
I do not know of any. That doesn't mean you don't have any. I don't know of any at this time.
Bueno, que yo sepa, no he visto ninguno. Eso no significa que no tenga ninguno, pero por ahora que yo haya visto, no tiene.
If you're uncertain what you want to do, we could just affirm the extradition hearing, and that would give you some time to think about what you want to do. Is that what you want to do?
Muy bien, si usted no está seguro de cómo proceder, yo lo que puedo hacer es confirmar la audiencia de extradición y eso le daría un poco más de tiempo para que pueda pensar en qué quiere hacer.
Es que ahí es donde estoy confuso, pero digo, me tienen que trasladar a Texas, ¿verdad?
Okay, so I'm still confused about what this all means. I'm gonna be going back to Texas.
Again, if the governors of both states complete the paperwork properly, you would be going back to Texas. That's what an extradition process entails.
O sea, el proceso de extradición lo que significa es que ambos estados, Texas y Arizona, tienen que completar unos documentos para que usted se le saque de Arizona y se le transfiera a Texas. Eso es lo que quiere decir un proceso de extradición.
Oh, y no sé, alguna otra opción que tengan, no sé, una autodeportación a mi país o algo.
So, is there any other options available for me? Maybe being deported back to my country or something?
That would be between you and Texas, or if at the end of 90 days they don't come and get you, you'd be released. I can't give you legal advice. when you seem this uncertain, I think the best thing to do is go through the extradition process. Then at your next hearing, the extradition judicial officer has more information that they think she can give you. And that may allow you to make a better choice. Does that make sense to you?
Muy bien, ¿verdad? Eso sería, ese proceso que usted mencionó, sería entre usted y el estado de Texas. Pero si al final de los 90 días Texas y Arizona no tienen los papeleos, usted se le pondría en libertad. Pero, como le digo, yo no le puedo dar ningún tipo de consejería legal. Y cuando usted, ¿verdad? Viendo que usted está como un poco inseguro de qué hacer, para mi entender, lo mejor sería que usted pasara por el proceso de extradición. Así, en la próxima audiencia que usted va a tener, el oficial judicial le puede dar más información y le puede decir cómo funcionaría el proceso. Y esto le permitiría tomar una mejor decisión. ¿Entiende lo que le quiero decir?
Sí, está bien, pero pues, que se haga lo que sea mejor.
Yeah, I'll just go with what would be best, whatever's best.
All right, then we will set your extradition hearing for August 31st of this year at 1:30 in the afternoon. It will be in the courthouse downtown, and at this time, I'm giving you a $150,000 bond. The officers will give you a copy of your paperwork, and you're then free to go to your left, okay?
Muy bien, entonces en ese caso voy a estar pautando su audiencia de extradición para agosto 31 a la 1:30 de la tarde. Esto se va a estar llevando a cabo en la corte en el centro del pueblo. En este momento le voy a estar poniendo una fianza de $150,000 y los oficiales le van a estar dando una copia de sus documentos. Por lo demás, ya puede continuar, puede irse.
Muchas gracias.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Interpreter. I appreciate your help this evening, or this morning. I don't know what time it is.
All right. It's morning, at least here. Well, thank you for everything, and for 4001 disconnecting. Goodbye.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good one. Catherine Warner will be next. Goodness gracious. Okay. Miss Warner, could you state your name and date of birth?
Yes, Catherine Warner, 12/29/87.
Okay. Ms. Warner, you have two cases. You have an FOJ, Fugitive of Justice, which I think you've just seen us going through. Yours is from Tennessee. I'm going to go through your new charge here first. You are charged with aggravated assault with Class 4 felony because of the paperwork which I have available to me at this time. I cannot make a finding of probable cause. So on the new charge, you're going to be released OR because I could not find probable cause. You would still have court dates in the future. It's going to be kind of weird. I'm going to give you would you ever be in custody case because she's going to be in custody on another territory with the added custody? I'll give you the added custody dates because you're being released on this case. Your next court date will be on September 4th of this year at 8:30.
Your Honor,
Oh,
there seems to be a warrant out of Scottsdale and another one out of Gilbert.
I know. We're going to get to Tennessee here in a minute, so you're not going anywhere. But I still think your court date in this case is technically the release court date of September 4th. Well, no, I'm going to say I'm making an executive decision. Your next court date will be on August 26th in the courthouse downtown. But you're not going anywhere, and I'm going to explain to you why in a second. You were given an opportunity because I saw you hand the guard the laminated papers. You had a chance to review that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
It's kind of a weird process. We're reporting stuff. We actually have to speak aloud and try not to interrupt each other, which I'll probably interrupt you more than you interrupt me, but that's a me problem. All right. A warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of Tennessee. They want you back on that warrant. As I stated, you have a warrant, you have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand extradition hearing and a governor's warrant will be signed by the governors of both states before you're sent back to Tennessee. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for up to 30 days. That 30 days would start tomorrow if you didn't have other charges here. You have other charges here. The one I already talked to you about and the two ones the deputy mentioned. So the 30 days in that instance would not begin until you resolve all your matters here. Oh, God. Sorry. Well, I have to OR, okay. I think you're right. I think I have to give you the later dates. We've made an executive decision between the two of us, mostly the clerk, because she's smart. Your court dates are going to be September 4th and September 8th on your new case. I can't give you, normally what I would do if I'm holding you on a very high bond on the extradition matter, I'd set what's called a placeholder bond on the new charge, but since I didn't find probable cause, I can't do that. I can't set any release conditions. I have to let you out. So your next court date would be on September 4th and September 8th, the courthouse downtown. That'll be on your paperwork. Okay. Now going back to the extradition issue, as we talked about, the 30 days wouldn't start until you resolve all your stuff here. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I'm going to set your first court date in the extradition hearing for August 31st of this year at 1:30 in the afternoon in the courthouse downtown. I can't appoint an attorney to represent you on the extradition. You'll have an attorney on the new case, but not on the extradition. I can't appoint an attorney on the extradition because it's a civil matter and you don't get an appointed attorney for that. You can hire an attorney if you so choose. You're entitled to bail in that case if you do set forth a hearing, but we have to set a very high bond. It's required of us in this case. I mean, we would be setting a bond in the amount of $150,000. If you don't post that bond, you could be held to up to 90 days while the extradition plays out. That is, they're trying to get the warrant from the governor of Tennessee and the governor of Arizona to sign that process. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing or keep your rights and have the extradition hearing in Arizona?
So, I mean, either way, I'm going to be here for a minute, right?
I would say a little more than a minute, but you might define a minute much more grandly than I do. You're going to be here for a little while, yeah.
So because I'm going to have to go to Gilbert and then.
I would think what you might want to do, and I'm not giving you legal advice, but when you're having a difficult decision, making it at 2 o'clock in the morning when you probably haven't slept really a lot is not necessarily the best decision. That's not legal advice. That's practical advice. You also might want to see what the resolution of your new case is going to be when you go to court on the 4th.
Right.
For that reason, if you want to have the extradition hearing, it would make sense to me, and we would just have you set for an FOJ hearing, and that's a fugitive justice hearing, on August 31st. And then hopefully you can address your Gilbert, Scottsdale, and Superior Court matters all and get everything resolved before you have to deal with the Tennessee stuff. Is that what you want to do?
So what's the difference in the 30 days and the 90 days?
And sometimes the 30 days would make a difference, but the 30 days in your instance, since it's not going to start until you resolve all your stuff here, it really wouldn't make any difference. Sometimes people think, and again, I don't want to give you legal advice, sometimes people think if they can't get their stuff together in 30 days. I can tell you I've done this for 37 years. They can if they want to.
But in 90 days, maybe they just won't come get me at all, right?
I'm not giving you legal advice, but I might note that I've known that to happen.
You haven't known that?
I have known that to happen.
That they just not come and get me, right?
I have seen that, but I'm not giving you legal advice.
I don't have to make a choice right now.
You don't.
I don't want to make a choice right now.
I think that's a wise decision. Your court date then will be on August 31st of this year at 1:30. The address will be on your paperwork, and you can step to the left, and these nice guys will give you paperwork. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
And then I need to talk to the deputies. Yeah, off the chain. Yeah. So which one we're gonna do first? I'll take these two. Okay, let's bring one back. Okay, you've done this before. You know what you're doing. You too, yeah. Me not so much. Yeah, still the whole custody and custody thing is something I messed up a lot. Oh, so no one. Oh, shit. I'm here. And I appreciate your patience, guys. No, I do.
No problem at all.
Nothing like learning on the job. If you guys are here later this week, you'll get 2 Petersons for the price of one. Will you be here this weekend? Bad. Have you met Wes once? Have you met my little brother? Okay. Don't hold that against me. No, I'm kidding.
I didn't.
Oh. Have to pay. Thanks over there. This one right there.
You're gonna take, Timothy?
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
I really don't care which one we do first, as long as I know which one it is. You better not have 2 seconds. Don't have 2 seconds. Well, probably an opportune choice of words.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
All right. Can you tell me your name and date of birth, sir?
Timothy Lee Tuma, 5/1966.
Okay, sir. You are here charged with vulnerable adult abuse, sexual assault, and kidnapping. I found probable cause to believe those crimes were committed by you. I'm finding you injured and appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000 in this case. If you were to post that bond, I'd also order an electronic monitoring with curfew, and that you have no contact whatsoever, direct, indirect, in any sort of way with the alleged victim. Contact the arresting officers. Possess any weapons, possess drugs without a valid prescription, and follow the other release conditions. Do you have any questions?
She's my wife. She wanted to go to my room. And
I've read the Form 4. You can litigate that. I don't want you to talk about the facts of your case because I don't think that will be helpful for you.
Okay.
Okay. If you step to the left, they'll give you a copy of your paperwork.
Okay.
You read it. Yeah. Like, stop. I don't want to throw up. All righty. Could you tell me your name, David?
Samir Mordanzai, March 31st, 1998.
All right, sir, you are here charged with 3 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor and 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor. Actually, I'm sorry, 3 counts. Yeah, I said that correctly. I found probable cause to believe those crimes exist. I find that you entered and appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm setting a cash-only bond in this case in the amount of $500,000. If you were to post that bond, I'd be ordered an electronic monitor. Obviously, if you are released, you have to have any contact of any sort, direct, indirect, any sort of contact with the alleged victim in this case. Stay away from her, keep the court notified of your rights, and follow the other written release conditions. Do you have any questions, sir?
I just bonded out 3 days ago, and
Okay. Understand that these are new charges.
yeah, they said this crime was committed 2-3 years ago.
It was, but these are very serious charges, and that's why I'm setting a very high bond.
Got you.
All right. If you step to the left, I'll give you a copy of your paperwork. I have another question for you. Why didn't Teams up and make a record of the fact that it was Okay, I'll do that. Okay. I thought that. You know, I read. All right, at number 31 on the calendar, Michael Williams. He's he's at LBJ in the medical unit. I conducted right before this court began hearing over the tablet with him, in which I gave him notice of the charges against him, the fact I'd appointed a lawyer, and the fact that I'd set a bond in the amount of $50,000 in this case. So we don't have to call that on the record any further. The paperwork should be provided to him by the jail. We then have one house call at the end of the calendar. That's going to be for Sharon Mansfield. She has 2 cases. In the first case, she is charged a new charge in a new case with possession of dangerous drugs, paraphernalia, criminal trespass, and obstructing by giving a false name or failing to provide a true name, a misdemeanor. I'm going to release her on recognizance on this case. Her other case is set. Number 10 is she is charged with possession of dangerous drugs, possession of paraphernalia. She failed to appear in this matter, but because it's not clear to me she had notice of that missed court date, I've chosen to release her on her own recognizance on that case. In both cases, her next court date is going to be on September 4th of this year. The address will be on the paperwork, and then a preliminary hearing on September 8th. If something were to change after I meet with her at Southside, I will issue a new release order. I will not come back on the record and recall the case. For that reason, this effectively concludes the 2 a.m. calendar. Thank you. And
All right, Mr. Viduya, come on up. All right, sir, go ahead and state your name and date of birth.
My name is Marco Bidoya,
And what is your date of birth, sir?
November 6, 1988.
Thank you. All right, sir. I am going to go ahead and note that pursuant to the Form 4, you were arrested yesterday at 4:52 in the morning. As a result, we are going on the record just a little early this morning to take your IA matter. All right, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on 2 counts of burglary in the 2nd degree, class 3 felonies, and 2 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, class 4 felonies. I did find probable cause for all of those. Based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any alleged victim, or have any contact with any co-defendant. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Like I just moved down here, I just started working, and I got my new apartment last week and my car. So I'm on my way to lose my job, like when because I got arrested on my job site yesterday. I was just working.
And I do hear what you're telling me, sir. However, in view of the information in the Form 4, which contained allegations that your DNA was found at least at one of the places in there, one of the alleged scenes, and that there was video at least one of the other alleged scenes, I do think that I did find probable cause. And I do think a bond is appropriate at this point in view of the 4 alleged incidents in this matter.
Like one thing, I don't have no family member. Just me and my daughter. We just moved down here. And plus, if I knew I had something against me in Arizona, I would never drive down here because I spoken to the detective on the phone. I said I just started a new job from Colorado. I'm about to move to Arizona and start working. So like right now, I have nobody to call, no family member to post a bond for me, just me like this.
Okay. And sir, I do hear what you're telling me. However, in setting this bond, I am, or in reviewing and deciding whether or not a bond is appropriate, I am obligated to consider the likelihood that you will appear at your next court date. And in view of the information in the Form 4 and also on the extraordinary circumstances form that was submitted, that you were combative, uncooperative with law enforcement yesterday and earlier today, as well again in view of the crimes for which I did find probable cause. I am finding that a bond is appropriate. Okay?
I'm gonna lose my job, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have no other way. Like that's why I'm begging you. Like I'm not gonna miss a call. Trust me, you're gonna see me. There is no way I'm gonna make it.
Again, I am finding that a bond is appropriate. I'm gonna leave that set. If you go ahead, have a seat, we'll get your paperwork printed. We'll get that brought out to you, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, and we are gonna go back off the record for about
and you must appear for all your court dates. Your release order may have additional release conditions. If you violate any of your release conditions, your release will be revoked and you will be requested to bail. If you have any questions at all, you need to ask the judge when your case is called. After your case is heard, set your right to obtain your paperwork that has information about the date, time, and location of your next court date. When you go to your court dates, you should plan on being there all day.
Lista de comparecencia inicial. Señoras y señores, esta es la lista de comparecencia inicial del condado de Maricopa. El propósito de esta vista es explicarles las acusaciones en su contra, designarles un abogado si reúnen las condiciones para ello, fijarles las condiciones de su libertad provisional e indicarles la fecha de su próxima audiencia. Antes de comenzar, les informa de sus derechos constitucionales. Tienen el derecho de no declarar. Procuren no hablar de su caso con nadie que no sea su abogado, porque de otra manera, esos comentarios podrían usarse en su contra en futuras audiencias. Tienen el derecho de tener un abogado. Si no pueden pagarlo y se les acusa de un delito o de ciertas faltas, el juez nombrará un abogado para representarlo. El juez los llamará uno por uno y les preguntará su nombre y fecha de nacimiento. Luego el juez repasará las acusaciones en contra de cada uno y les dirá las condiciones de la libertad provisional. No se le dejará en libertad si está aquí por quebrantamiento del régimen probatorio. Y la siguiente audiencia se celebrará dentro de 7 días. No se le dejará en libertad si está aquí por un orden judicial de detención que se emitió cuando usted no se presentó a su vista. Asimismo, no se le dejará en libertad si usted cometió un delito mientras gozaba de libertad provisional por otra acusación. Para obtener la libertad provisional, habrá que prestar una fianza por un importe que fijará el juez, o se le pondrá en libertad bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Control de Procesados, lo cual es similar a estar en régimen probatorio. Tendrá que reportarse y someterse a pruebas de uso de alcohol y drogas. Si tales pruebas demuestran que usted usa esas sustancias, se le podrá revocar su libertad provisional. También puede obtener la libertad provisional bajo caución juratoria, lo cual significa que promete comparecer al juzgado. Todos los acusados puestos en libertad están sujetos a estas condiciones. No podrá salir del estado sin antes obtener el permiso del juez encargado de su caso. No podrá infringir la ley. No podrá tener contacto con la parte ofendida por el delito. Habrá de mantener al tribunal al corriente de su dirección en todo momento y tiene que presentarse a todas sus citas. Si usted infringe cualquiera de las condiciones de su puesta en libertad, esta se le revocará y usted regresará a la cárcel. Para resolver cualquier duda, consulte al juez cuando llame su caso. Después de que se ventile su caso, pase a su derecha para obtener sus documentos que contendrán la información sobre la fecha, hora y lugar de su próxima cita ante el tribunal. She's breaking up, one thing that was the person. Or if you're doing 2 a week, you can make that. I'm gonna look at it. You're not have one. What's your time range?
No.
Struggle. And more than one problem. Is that okay? No. Oh, because you don't want to do that. Oh, yeah. That's all. I'll just. Sometimes working, best exercise you need. Resting because systemic fatigue and 10 minutes builds up over time and you go through your central nervous system where you're just fucking overtraining yourself. Do your job. I would think you're going to work out this much, so that doesn't matter. Or just get hard when we do the job. So that's I was just going to do like right to the person. You should feel good. I'm going to wake up today. Something next day. Is that right? I think to the plug in 13 hours. Well, I do. I hate crazy every day. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what. If it's post free or even as long as you take the 5 to 10 grams of it. All right.
Thank you. May be seated. All right. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar for August 20th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent, and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. During your initial appearance hearing, I may go over certain of your release conditions. However, all of your release conditions will be in your paperwork, and it is your responsibility to review your release conditions and comply with all of them. Now, your paperwork will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. So it's important to keep track of your paperwork so that you can refer to it. All right, I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right. We did start this morning with Marco Beduya. He was present here in court. His matter was recorded. did conduct his initial appearance hearing immediately before the 5 a.m. calendar, and that matter is on the recording, should anyone want to reference that. All right, we are going to go ahead and start with Traylon Newman, please, and then Macessia Sampson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Traylon Newman, September the 11th, 2003.
Thank you. All right, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were based upon the following charges: 4 counts of fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of robbery, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your case CR 2025-147087 on the date of offense for these new felony charges, I am holding you non-bondable on your new case. Do you have any? Oh, as a result, I am setting an evidentiary hearing on August 27th at 1:30 p.m. That will also be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and your attorney can ask for your release at that time. Do you have any questions, sir?
Okay, I'm gonna ask on the armed robbery situation. They never showed me no pictures of me with any weapon, so I don't understand that how I'm held accountable of armed robbery.
Okay. So the weapon that is alleged to have been used pursuant to the Form 4 is a handgun. So, this is the information that is in the Form 4 on which I am basing my probable cause finding. I am appointing you an attorney so you can talk to your attorney about any defenses you may have, okay?
Okay, and my fraudulent schemes, they already were going through the court process with that, and they said the 24th I had court on that.
Okay, so these are new charges.
Yeah, they told me, they said that that I'll have to come because they had gave me a deal for probation, and they told me to come back on the 24th to see what those new charges was. So
okay, so it sounds like you have court in your 25 case. Based on what you're telling me, you have court.
Yeah, for the fraud schemes. I've been going on my court dates.
Okay.
Yeah, I stay right there on the 1801 North Whittier Drive, is right down the street from the courthouse, like literally 5 minutes. I've been going on my court dates.
Okay. And again, that may be the case, and you may have those hearings in your other case. However, this morning I am setting 3 additional hearings. Those will all be in your new case, and those are the hearings on August 26th at 8:30, August 28th at 8:30, and then the evidentiary hearing on August 27th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, and as far as like the bond, how does that work? So it'll wait till that day?
So I am holding you non-bondable this morning because you were on release in that 25 case on the date of offense for these new felony charges. However, you can Your attorney can ask for your release at that evidentiary hearing on the 27th, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to left, officer has your paperwork. McKessia Sampson, please, and then Carl Hazelwood. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Keisha Sampson, January 7, 1987.
Sorry, did you say January 7th of 87?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. You are here on 4 cases this morning. You are here on 4 failure to appear matters in pre-adjudication cases and then some new charges. So we're going to go ahead and talk about your failure to appear warrants, and then we'll move on to your new charges. All right, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon your failures to appear in your cases CR 2023-158854. That's your case involving possession or use of narcotic drugs and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. And a second failure to appear warrant in your case CR 2023-126899. That's your case involving possession or use of drug paraphernalia. And finally, a third failure to appear warrant in your case CR 2024-127304. That's your case involving possession or use of narcotic drugs and criminal trespass in the first degree. In each of those matters, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed to represent you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. In each of those 3 cases, I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In each of those 3 cases, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000 in each case. So that is a total of $1,000 in secured appearance bonds for, that is a total of $3,000 in secured appearance bonds for all 3 of those failure to appear cases. Now, finally, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in those 3 cases that we just talked about with your failure to appear warrant on the date of offense for your new felony charge, I am holding you non-bondable in your new matter. As a result, I am setting an evidentiary hearing on August 27th at 1:30 p.m. That will also be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Your attorney can ask for your release at that time.
No, thank you.
All right, if the officer does have your paperwork, ma'am, if you don't have any questions.
Sit down, for sure.
All right, Carl Hazelwood, please, and then Joey Buckley. All right, sir. You know what? We are actually going to bring you back at the end. Go ahead, have a seat. Thanks. Mel, can you move Mr. Hazelwood to the end? All right, Joey Buckley, please, and then Jorge Resto. All right, Mr. Buckley, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Joey Buckley, 1998, 12/15.
Thank you. All right, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on charges of armed robbery, robbery with a deadly weapon, a Class 2 felony, threatening, intimidating, a Class 3 felony, and possession of a prohibited weapon, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant. You're also not to possess any weapons. Full release conditions will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions, sir?
How much do I have to pay?
So it is, I'm setting a $100,000 secured appearance bond.
So $100K, just pay them 100.
So you can work with a bond company in order to get that bond amount posted. Most bond companies charge about 10%, but it depends on the particular bond company and it depends on your particular situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, step left, the officer has your paperwork. Jorge Rusto, please. And then Nathan Padilla. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
George Resto, January 5th, 2002.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case, and then you're also here on your 2 probation cases. I'm going to talk about your Superior Court new case first. All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, aggravated assault, victim bound or restrained, a Class 6 felony, and assault, a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim. Now, you are also here because you are currently on probation. In your cases, CR 2023-108348 and CR 2024-131176. In each of those 2 matters, your new charges would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation in each of your probation matters. In each of your probation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 26th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In each of your 2 probation matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So that is a total in secured appearance bonds of $15,000 for your new case, and then a combined $1,000 for your 2 probation cases. Now, in the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to your hearings. If you're still in custody on the dates of your hearings, you will be transported. Do you have any questions, sir?
So if I pay those bonds, I'm able to get out?
Yes, and then you would need to go to your hearings and contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, step left, officer has your paperwork. Yes. Padilla is good where he's at, because we're just going to see him on his probation violation. Okay. Yeah. So Nathan Padilla, please, and then Stephanie Salwin. All right, Mr. Padilla, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Nathan Padilla, March 28th, 97.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based on allegations that you violated terms 15D, 15J, and 15L of your probation in your case, CR 2023-138141. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 26th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that probation violation arrest warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You'd also need to go to those hearings on the 26th. If you're still in custody on the 26th, you will be transported. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Stephanie Fowlin, please, and then Trudy Yazzie. All right, ma'am, go ahead and state your name, date of birth.
Stephanie Solon, 5389.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because Pima County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a failure to appear for initial appearance arraignment warrant. In your matter there involving charges of it's a narcotic drug violation, a class 4 felony. In that matter, I'm not making an order, well, actually, hold on. I am going to go ahead and indicate that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing. And Mel, could we reprint that one? At your next hearing, which will be in the Pima County Superior Court on August 25th at 8:30 in the morning. Also pursuant to that Pima County arrest warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you do need to go to that hearing in Pima County on the 25th. If you are still in custody, Pima County should come for you to transport you to that hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. We are reprinting your paperwork. We'll get that brought out to you, okay? All right, Trudy Yazzie, please, and then Mariah Miller. All right, good morning, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Trudy Yazzie, 10/23, 1989.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. In your case, CR 2022-113328. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 26th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in this probation case in the amount of $200. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release.
Thank you.
You'd also need to make sure you go to those hearings on, on the 26th. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. I missed some information that I wanted to include on your form, so we are going to need to reprint that one as well. But if you'll have a seat, Ms. Yazzie, we'll get that brought out to you, okay? All right, Mariah Miller, please, and then Brandon Rangel. You guys get Ms. Yazzie's reprinted? Perfect, thanks. All right. Ms. Miller, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Hi, John Miller, March 1st, 1983.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter, CR 2026-104779. That is your matter involving resisting arrest. In that matter, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed to represent you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting hearings on August 26th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this probation case in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Also need to make sure that you go to those hearings on, On the 26th, I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, in the event you are able to post that bond, then you would be able to secure your release, okay? All right, and I apologize, Mel and Sophia, I missed the information about contacting the probation officer in this one as well. I've added it now. Could you reprint that for her? All right, Ms. Miller, we'll get that reprinted for you. We'll get it brought out, okay? All right, Brandon Rangel, please, and Zachary Kearns. All right, Mr. Rangel, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Brandon Rangel, 3/18/92.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter based upon allegations that on or about May 25th, 2026, you committed the offense of misconduct involving weapons, a Class 4 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In this matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. All right, in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, because you are on probation in other matters, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to go to those hearings on the 26th and the 28th. I do understand that you are in custody on other matters in addition to this one. So if you are still in custody on the 26th and the 28th, you would be transported for those hearings, okay?
Yep.
All right, go ahead, step left. Zachary Kearns, please, and then Zachary Rosas. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Zachary Kearns, 8/9/88.
Wait, one more time with the date of birth.
8/9/88.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on charges of trafficking and stolen property in the first degree, a Class 2 felony, and 2 counts of burglary in the third degree, Class 4 felonies. I did find probable cause for both of those. I'm appointing you an attorney. I'm setting a status conference on September 4th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 8th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to the supervision of pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to possess any weapons. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Zachary Rosas, please, and then Roberta Ozuna.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. All right, Mr. Rosas, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Zachary Sam Rosas, March 23rd, 1979.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on charges of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, tampering with evidence, a Class 6 felony, and obstruction, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find a probable cause for all of those. I'm appointing you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on September 4th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 8th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to the supervision of pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
All right, Roberto Azuma, please, and then Stephen Torres. And Mel, could we get Mr. Hazelwood moved down to below the LAP? Could we get, Mr. Hazelwood moved down to below the LEP? All right, Mr. Ozuna, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Yeah, Roberto Lázaro Osuna, 03/22/1985.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Kyrene Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter there involving criminal trespass in the second degree. In that matter, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney to represent you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I'm setting an arraignment hearing in the Kyrene Justice Court on September 9th at 9:30 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you on your own recognizance. Now, you do need to go to that hearing on September 9th at 9:30. If you don't, a warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
I will be there.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork.
Appreciate you, Judge.
Stephen Torres, please. All right, Mr. Torres, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Stephen Torres, April 5th, 1986.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested yesterday on charges of burglary in the second degree, a Class 3 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Based upon the information that I have in front of me this morning, I'm not finding probable cause for those violations. However, I am letting you know that the charges are not dismissed and that you must still attend the scheduled court dates, which I will give you and which will be in the release order because formal charges may nevertheless be filed. I'm further advising you that failure to appear at your court dates could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting a status conference on September 4th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 8th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Yes, thanks, Mel.
Maricopa.gov/LLY.
All right, good morning, interpreter. This is Commissioner Campbell. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Mr. Gomez-Reyes is at the podium. Could you please introduce yourself to him and let him know that you're going to be helping us out this morning?
Absolutely, thank you. Hola, muy buenos días. Mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Andrés. Seré su intérprete en español el día de hoy y por medio de mi persona la gente le asistirá. Muchas gracias. Thank you. I am ready for the next instructions.
All right, Mr. Gomez-Reyes, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
De acuerdo, señor Gómez Reyes. Proceda y diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Iván Alejandro Gámez Reyes, 8 de octubre de 95.
Iván Alejandro Gómez Reyes, October 8, 1995.
All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case.
De acuerdo, señor. Usted está aquí en la corte, está aquí por un nuevo caso ante el Tribunal Superior.
You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony.
Usted se fue arrestado el día de ayer por cargos de posesión de drogas narcóticas para la venta, un delito grave de clase 2.
I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney.
Yo determiné que sí existe una causa probable para eso. Le estoy asignando un abogado.
I'm setting a status conference on September 4th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 8th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Y estoy programando una audiencia de estado del caso para el 4 de septiembre a las 8:30 y una audiencia preliminar para el 8 de septiembre a las 8:30. Ambas se llevarán a cabo en el Tribunal Superior del Condado de Maricopa, en el centro de la ciudad.
Will you go to the hearing, sir?
Usted irá a usted irá como tal a esas dos audiencias, señor.
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you on your own recognizance in this matter.
Muy bien. Entonces, basándome en su promesa de comparecer, yo procederé a dejarlo en libertad bajo su propia responsabilidad en este asunto.
You go ahead and step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you.
Usted proceda y, usted puede pasar hacia la izquierda. El oficial tendrá sus documentos para usted.
Gracias.
All right, thank you so much, interpreter. That was our only Spanish language matter. All right, and officers, if we could clear and then we'll move on.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. All right, I appreciate your patience.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and state your name and date of birth.
Carl Hazelwood, 10372.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here on a bond surrender. Because a bond surrender has been sought by your bail bond company in your case involving sex trafficking, a Class 2 felony, illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony, and maintaining a house of prostitution, a Class 5 felony. In that matter, the court has already made a determination about whether you are or are not entitled to have a court-appointed attorney, so I will not be making that finding again this morning. You will need to attend the following hearing on status conference on August 26th at 8:30 in the morning. That will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In order to be released, you will need to repost the secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. I am also affirming. Give me a second.
These are.
Hold on just a second, and then I will listen to you. Okay. Yes, sir. You want to say something?
I've been out for 2 years. These are merely allegations from a distraught female. That is not true. I've got a monitor on my ankle already. I'm either at home or at work. I dig trenches for Google Fiber. I just go to work and come at 115 degrees and go straight to sleep and I wake up. And so I'm sporadically
not checking in. But these are merely allegations from somebody who has lied on me and made my life. These are not true.
Okay.
I've never missed a court date.
Okay. And sir, I do hear what you're saying. However, in view of the fact that this is a bond surrender, I am obligated to set that $100,000 secured appearance bond and let you know that you will need to repost that secured appearance bond in order to be released. Now, I am also affirming all of the other prior release conditions, including the electronic monitoring, okay? Those release conditions will be in your paperwork, which the officer has for you. Do you have any other questions for me?
August 26th, what is that?
So on August 26th, it is a post-warrant status conference.
What does that mean?
So you're going to see the judge on August 26th at 8:30, and you can talk to the judge at that time about modifications. If you and your attorney want modifications to the release conditions, you can make that request at that time.
Maybe lower the bond, is that?
She could do that.
Okay. And do you know the judge?
Do we know what judge that's in front of, or which commissioner?
Thank you, though, John. I mean,
Edelstein?
Edelstein. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
All right, we do have 3 house calls this evening, or this morning. Our house calls are number 8 and 22. Kurt Oldenburg is reported to be a danger to self. Number 15, Alfredo Borquez, is reported to be combative. And finally, number 17 and 18, Christina Phillips, is reported to be in medical isolation. Based on this information, I am finding that these individuals are a danger to self, a danger to others, or otherwise not able to safely appear here in court this morning. As a result, I will be conducting their initial appearance hearings at their cells. All right, our first house call is Kirk Oldenburg. Mr. Oldenburg's date of birth is September 3rd of 75. Mr. Oldenburg is here on a Superior Court new case. He was arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing him an attorney. I'm setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Mr. Oldenburg's new case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. Now, Mr. Oldenburg is also here because he is currently on probation in his case CR 2020-139770. In that matter, his new charges would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of his existing probation matter. In his probation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. In the event he is able to post those bonds and secure his release, he would need to contact his probation officer within 72 hours and go to his hearings. All right. Our next house call is Alfredo Borquez. Mr. Borquez's date of birth is February 23rd of 1992. Mr. Borquez is here on a Superior Court new case. He was arrested yesterday on 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 4 felonies, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass in the first degree, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I'm setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In In Mr. Borges's matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event he is able to post that bond and secure his release, he would be required to participate in drug testing as well as electronic monitoring. Now, finally, our last house call is Christina Phillips. Ms. Phillips' date of birth is October 17th of 1984. Ms. Phillips is here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for her arrest based upon allegations that she violated terms 3, 5, and 7 of her probation in her case CR 2022-107894. In that matter, I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 26th at 8:30. This will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, Ms. Phillips is also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for her arrest in a direct complaint matter based upon allegations that she committed the offenses of possession or use of dangerous drugs, possession or use of narcotic drugs, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and resisting arrest. The possession charges are class 4 felonies. The possession of dangerous drugs and possession of narcotic drugs are class 4 felonies. The possession of drug paraphernalia is a class 6 felony, and the resisting arrest is a class 1 misdemeanor. In that matter, I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting a status conference on August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 28th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In her new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. All right, that does bring us to the end of our 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar. We are going to go ahead and, if anything changes after I talk to the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those matters. All right, that does in fact bring us to the end of our 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar. We're going to go ahead, stand adjourned until 8 a.m., and we are off the record. All right. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. Do I have a Spanish interpreter on the line?
Yes, good morning, Vanessa Ponce, la court interpreter.
Good morning, ma'am. It does look like we have 3 parties that will need your assistance. So for this beginning part, we won't be able to use the headphones and do simultaneous. Do you have a copy of the Victims' Rights Advisement?
No.
Okay. All right, are you ready to begin?
Go ahead.
Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar on August 20th.
Buenos días, esta es la hora fijada para la audiencia de primeras instancias del 20 de agosto de las 8 de la mañana.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month
Las órdenes que dio el juzgado con respecto a la toma de huellas y ADN el 1 de este mes
shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
aplicarán a todo caso en este calendario.
I will call you each one at a time to the podium.
Les llamaré uno a la vez al podio.
I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room.
Y daré un segundo nombre para estar en la silla fuera de esta habitación.
I will let you know what you are here for.
Les dejaré saber por qué están aquí.
If I have appointed an attorney.
Si he designado un abogado.
If you have a bond.
Si es que hay fianza.
And what your release conditions are.
Y cuáles son las condiciones a libertad.
Now we will go over the Victims' Rights Advisement.
Vamos ahora a repasar el aviso de derechos a víctima.
If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court.
Si usted es la víctima de un delito frente a este juzgado.
You are advised that you have rights under Arizona law.
Se le avisa que tiene derechos bajo la ley del estado de Arizona.
That among others include the right to be treated with fairness.
Y en ello incluye el derecho a ser tratado justamente.
Respect and dignity.
Con respeto y dignidad.
To a speedy trial.
A un juicio rápido.
To be present at court proceedings.
Estar presente en todo procedimiento.
To choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney.
Ser entrevistado por el abogado del acusado o por el acusado.
To be heard before the court makes a decision on release.
Ser escuchado con respecto a decisiones sobre liberación.
Negotiation of a plea.
Negociación de algún convenio.
Scheduling and sentencing.
Fijamiento de imposición de pena o fijamiento de audiencia.
And to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss.
Y recibir indemnización de cualquier persona que haya sido enjuiciada por causar una pérdida.
If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights.
Si no se le ha dado una declaración por escrito de todos los derechos a víctima.
Please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office.
Por favor, comuníquese con la Oficina de Servicios a Víctima de la Fiscalía.
Now, if I could have Luis to the podium.
Puede pasar Luis al podio.
And Edgardo to the chair.
Y Edgardo a la silla.
And Madam Interpreter, I believe we lost your connection with the headset. Are you able to call back into that?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's because you proceeded consecutively.
Yes, thank you. Now we will move to simultaneous at this point.
Sí.
We're ready.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning. May I please get your name and date of birth?
Luis Alberto Agapito Quiroz, 1983, el 18 de agosto.
Luis Alberto Gapito Quiroz. Repita su, August 18th of 1983.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias,
It
señor.
is for one count of aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference August 26th at 8:30. A preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30.
Okay, está bien.
Okay, that's fine.
In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you post that bond and are released, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll have alcohol testing and monitoring. You also have written conditions. They do include not possessing or consuming any alcohol and not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
¿Y los $2,500 los tengo que pagar al CAIS o me lo pueden dar si puedo salir así, trabajar y pagarle?
And do I have to pay those $2,500 all at once, or can I like pay some and be released and then keep paying?
The bond will need to be posted in full to be released from custody. If you are unable to post that bond, you will remain in custody and be transported to those hearings. Anything further?
No más eso quiero saber.
No, that's all.
All right, if you will please take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork.
Gracias.
If we could have Edgardo to the podium. And Ariel to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Edgardo Bermúdez Montaño, fecha de nacimiento 16 de noviembre 16, 1991.
My name is Edgardo Bermúdez Montaño, date of birth November 16th of 91.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. You are here today on one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. One count of carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit, a Class 1 misdemeanor. One count of knowingly displaying a false license plate, a Class 2 misdemeanor. And one count of refusal to provide a true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference August 26th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. In the event you post that bond and are released, you do have written conditions. You are not to possess any weapons, and you are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No.
No.
If you will take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. If we could have Ariel to the podium. And Jason Fay to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Me llamo Ariel Elia Gómez y nací el 7 de noviembre de 1990.
My name is Ariel Elia Gomez, and my date of birth is November 7th of 90.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on two cases. Your first case is a warrant from the Apache Junction Justice Court. They allege you failed to appear at a hearing with an underlying charge of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. I am appointing an attorney, and I'm going to set a hearing. This hearing will be in Apache Junction Justice Court on August 25th at 8:30. Your second case is a warrant from the Moon Valley Justice Court, and they allege you failed to appear at a hearing for driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. I will appoint an attorney and set a hearing in the Moon Valley Justice Court, August 25th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $500 in the Moon Valley Justice Court case and $250 in the Apache Junction Justice Court. That is a total secured appearance bond of $750. In the event you post that bond and are released, you do have written conditions. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And you must ensure you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear again, another warrant will issue for your arrest, and you'd forfeit the bond. The hearing dates are currently set at the same date and time at two different locations. I cannot change your hearing dates here today. So I have included the Moon Valley Justice Court phone number in your paperwork. If you post that bond, you must contact them right away to inform them of the conflict to ask them to move your hearing date. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ok, todo bien. Que iba a pagar la fianza.
No, everything's fine. I just wanted, I was gonna try to pay the bail.
You will be taken to processing next, and they're going to give you instructions as well as access to telephones to get the bond posted.
Sí, ok.
Okay.
If you will take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork.
Sí, ok. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And Madam Interpreter, do you mind making a general call to the gallery, asking them to raise their hand if anybody else will need your assistance?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más necesita intérprete al español? Por favor, alce su mano.
All right, we do not have any hands, so that does conclude all of our Spanish matters. Thank you for your assistance this morning.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Can I have Jason Fay to the podium and Jonathan Fletcher to the chair?
Morning.
What's your name and date of birth?
Jason Fay, 5/18/79.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It does have multiple different offense dates. We have 2 counts of aggravated assault, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of endangerment, a Class 6 felony. So your offense dates are June 18th, 2026, August 7th of 2026, and August 19th of 2026. Probable cause has been found, and I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. You're going to have a status conference August 26th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30. Those will both be in the downtown Superior Courthouse. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $25,000. In the event you post that and are released, you do have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged complainant, victim, or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork. Sir, did you have any questions?
So my total bond is 25,000, which would be 10% of that to get out if I bond.
If you utilize a bail bonding company, they're typically 10% plus collateral, but you'll have to make phone calls to them and make a contract with them to determine if you'll get that posted through.
But if I
bail
wanted to
bonding.
pay that myself, it's not the full 25.
You would have to go through a bail bonding company if you wanted to utilize the 10%. Otherwise, if you want to post it, you post the full 25.
Okay, all right. That was my question.
Anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get that for you. Jonathan Fletcher to the podium and Daniel Barnes to the chair. Get your name and date of birth.
Jonathan Fletcher, and it's February 20th, 1992.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 6 warrants. They are all out of Gila County Superior Court. They do allege that you failed to appear in each and every one of these cases. Your first case relates to 1 count of aggravated assault. The other cases are all related to narcotic drugs and drug paraphernalia possession. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you in these cases, and I'm going to set a hearing. It will take place in Gila County, August 25th at 8:30. Same date applies to all of your cases. In your case for the aggravated assault, you do have a secured appearance bond of $20,000. In the other 5 cases, they are each $1,000. So between the 6 cases, it is a total secured appearance bond of $25,000. In the event you post that, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You must also attend all of your future hearings. If you were to fail to appear, another warrant would issue and you'd forfeit the bond you posted. Any questions? Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Daniel Barnes to the podium. Jonathan Olivas to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Daniel Barnes, 1/18/2001.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for 3 counts of fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, and 3 counts of theft means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference, August 26th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing, August 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. In the event you post that and are released, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left and the officer will hand you that paperwork. Jonathan to the podium. Travis to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, Jonathan Eliezer Olivas Ordóñez, April 28th of 1986.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because a grand jury warrant was issued. This was from August 5th of 2020. It has an offense date of May 1st, 2016 for 1 count of theft, control of property, a Class 3 felony. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, and I'm going to set an arraignment hearing August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $4,500. In the event you post that bond and are released, you do have written conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
My apologies, what was the court date again? August
That was August 27th at 8:30 in the morning.
27th.
Anything further, sir? Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Travis to the podium and Douglas to the chair. Get your name and date of birth.
Travis Joseph Parada, 5/13/83.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 cases. They are both probation violation warrants. They allege you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing August 27th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $1,000 in your first case, $300 in your second case, for a total bond of $1,300. In the event you post that bond and are released, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you.
Thank you.
Douglas Long to the podium, Brandon Rector to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Douglas Long, 5195.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 3 cases. We have 2 probation violation warrants that were issued for you and 1 warrant from the West McDowell Justice Court. As it relates to your 2 probation violation warrants, they allege you violated terms 3, 4, and 7. So I'll appoint an attorney and set a hearing in the downtown Superior Courthouse. It'll be a probation revocation hearing, August 27th at 8:30. In each probation case, you have a secured appearance bond of $250. Your 3rd case on the calendar, that's from the West McDowell Justice Court. They allege you failed to appear at a hearing with an underlying charge of theft. That original offense date was from November of 2024. I'm going to appoint an attorney, set a hearing in the West McDowell Justice Court, August 25th at 8:30. That case, you have a bond of $500. So between your 3 cases, it is a total bond of $1,000. In the event you post that and are released, you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess any weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. This will be in your paperwork. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, sir. Brandon to the podium and Lydia to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Brandon Rector, August 14th, 1991.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you're here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you related to your probation case. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you, and I'll give you a new hearing. You're going to have a probation hearing on August 27th at 8:30. In that case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you post that bond and are released, you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. How do I pay my $250 bond?
So they're going to take you to processing here in the next 30 minutes or so, and they're going to give you all the instructions on how to get that posted. They're also going to give you access to telephones to get that done.
Okay, I got one more question. When I was just previously arrested, when I got out, my car was impounded and all my paperwork, my court date stuff was in there. And I have been actively talking to my probation officer since I missed the court date. And I also reported yesterday to probation. So it's not like I thought all of this was understood by my probation officer because I've been in contact with her since the day I missed the court date because my car was impounded. My information was in there. And then I reported yesterday to see her. I've been in contact with her for the last 2 weeks.
Unfortunately, your probation officer doesn't have control over whether or not a warrant issues when you fail to appear at a court hearing. It's definitely important that you still keep in contact with your probation officer. However, if you ever have any issues as it relates to hearing dates and you fail to appear at them, the only people that can control that is the court. However, you can contact your defense attorney to ask them to file a motion to quash. But again, ultimately, the court would have to rule on any motion, and keeping in contact with your probation officer is definitely recommended and should be done, but they don't have control over warrants that are being issued for failing to appear. So if that were to ever happen again, or you had a concern with that, definitely reach out to the court and or your defense counsel to file the proper paperwork, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If you'll step to your left, the officer will get that for you.
Okay.
Lydia to the podium and Thomas to the chair. Lydia. Lydia. Right here. Right here. I'll give you one second. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Lydia Limon, 08/13/1994.
Thank you. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you for a pending case for narcotic drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you and give you some new hearing dates. You're going to have a status conference August 26th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you post that and are released, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription.
So I'm going to release.
You have a bond of $500. You'll need to post that bond in order to be released. If you're unable to do so, you'll remain in custody and they'll transport you to that hearing. Your first one is August 26th at 8:30. Any further questions, ma'am? Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Thomas to the podium and Dolores to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Thomas Cummings, 3/16/1981.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference August 26th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you post bond and are released, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your parole officer within 24 hours. I do note that you have a parole hold, so posting that bond at this time might not get you released from custody. Parole may pick you up. I also note that you have a warrant with the city of Phoenix, so you're likely to see another judge probably today at 10 or 4. So you may have additional bonds that will need to be posted in order to be released, okay? This will be in your paperwork. Any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Dolores to the podium and Robert to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Peninsula,
And your date of birth, ma'am?
496.
Thank you. You are here today on a warrant from the Peoria Municipal Court. They allege that you violated your probation. I'll appoint an attorney and set a hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court, August 25th at 9 a.m. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Are you currently being held for something else?
Yeah,
And are you serving time or do you have a bond?
I have a bond.
Okay, so this $500 would be in addition to any bond you already have. All bonds would need to be posted in order to be released.
Oh.
In the event you did that and you were released, you have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Robert to the podium and Antonio to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Robert Mosley,
And your date of birth.
22665.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant alleging you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing, August 27th at 8:30. I am going to release you today to the supervision of the Adult Probation Department, but you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. That'll be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, but I got a ran over by a car not too long ago, so I'm kind of doing some issues with my body and chiropractic and trying to sign me up for Social Security disability. So I'm going through a whole bunch of things with my body, trying to get myself back into shape.
I'm definitely sorry to hear that. The paperwork is going to include a phone number. Make sure you contact your probation officer and keep them updated with that information, okay? So that way they have it in their file. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any further questions?
No.
All right. Please take a step to your left. The officer will get that for you. Antonio to the podium and Edgar to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Antonio Leo Martinez, 11/25/1992.
What year?
1992.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a warrant from the South Mountain Justice Court. They allege you failed to appear at a hearing with an underlying charge of theft. I'm not appointing an attorney today, but you may hire one if you would like. I am going to set a hearing in the South Mountain Justice Court, but I do have a question for you first. Are you currently in custody on something else?
Yes,
Are you serving time or do you have a bond?
I have no bond.
So are you serving time?
I don't know.
Okay. Officer, are you able to tell? Okay, because I may have to change this if he's going to be in custody anyways. It's unclear from this whether or not he's about to be released or not. Okay. All right. You know what, Antonio, they're going to look up your case to see what else you're here for, and it may change my ruling. So if I can have you take a seat in the gallery, I'll call you back up here in a minute, okay? Thank you, sir. Edgar to the podium, Tariq to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Edgar Herrera Villa, October 7th, 2001.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm not appointing an attorney, but you may hire one if you would like. You're going to have a hearing in the Agua Fria Justice Court. You'll have that hearing on September 9th at 10:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear, but you do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. That'll be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
I have a driver's license.
So you just can't drive if you don't have a valid driver's license. So if you have a valid driver's license, then you can continue to drive.
All right.
It's just a release condition included in everybody's paperwork.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm going to be released today?
If this is the only thing you were here for, then yes, but
Yeah.
it does take about 4 to 6 hours to be processed out of custody.
Okay.
Anything further?
No bonds or anything like that?
I'm not placing a bond on this case. I do not show that you have a hold, but you can ask the officers to confirm you're not here for anything else.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Tariq to the podium and Jonathan to the chair. Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Tarek Ismail, 0301, 1969.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 2 counts of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of assault, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. I'm not going to appoint an attorney at this time, but you may hire one if you would like. Your hearing is going to take place in the Buckeye Municipal Court on September 8th at 2 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing, but you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you may contact law enforcement for 1 civil standby to collect your belongings. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Thank you.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you.
Your Honor, the only thing I'm seeing is you've got Phoenix Court on the 25th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I have Jonathan to the podium?
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Jonathan Shane McGonigal, 1579.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. For purposes of today's hearing only, I am not finding probable cause for this charge.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean it's dismissed. It just simply means I don't have the information needed for today. So I'm still appointing an attorney, and I'm still going to give you a hearing date.
Thank you.
Failure to appear at this hearing date will still result in a warrant, so you must attend, okay? Your hearing is in the Moon Valley Justice Court on September 4th at 10 a.m.
Moon Valley?
Moon Valley Justice Court, yes, sir.
Where's that at?
Let's take a look. It's at the Northeast Regional Court Center on 18380 North 40th Street.
Okay.
I believe that's off the I-17, but
Okay.
the date and time and location will be in your paperwork. Again, you are being released as to this charge. Just make sure you appear for that hearing,
Thank you,
okay?
ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Take a step to your left. And then if I can have Antonio back to the podium, please. All right, I'm going to recall your case, Antonio. We were just discussing the warrant from the South Mountain Justice Court. The officer did confirm that you have a hearing in the Phoenix City Court on August 25th. So I'm going to continue with my plan, which was I'm going to release you on your own recognizance as it relates to this case.
Okay.
You're going to have a hearing in the South Mountain Justice Court on September 9th at 9 a.m. So that's after your hearing date. So if you're released on August 25th, you have time to get yourself to this hearing. But if you fail to appear, they will issue a warrant for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to go.
Okay.
If for some reason you do remain in custody beyond that date, I've included the South Mountain Justice Court phone number. You can contact them. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, please take a step to your
Thank
left.
you.
Our remaining case will proceed as a house call. Daniel Banda, date of birth November 9th, 1991, due to being a danger to others. He's here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for him related to a pending dangerous drug case. I am going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent him and set a status conference August 26th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30. In this case, he does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event he posts that bond and is released, he does have written conditions. He's not to possess any weapons, and he's not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. This will all be included in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with him, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
At least two this morning, so I will have to go consecutive with the preliminary part. So I'm going to start right now. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for August 20th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
Buenos días, estas son las vistas incoautorias del día 21 de agosto de 2026. Todas las órdenes en cuanto a muestras de ADN y huellas dactilares siguen vigentes.
Before we begin, I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement, and then it will be repeated in Spanish in the event there are any victims observing the proceedings either here at the jail or remotely.
Ahora voy a pasar a leer el aviso para las víctimas. Se va a leer en inglés y después en español.
All right. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office.
Si usted es la víctima de un delito con un caso pendiente ante este tribunal, se le avisa que usted cuenta con derechos de justicia y debido proceso bajo las leyes de Arizona, que entre otros incluyen el derecho a ser tratado con justicia, respeto y dignidad, el derecho a un juicio sin demora y a una conclusión a tiempo de su caso, a estar presente en todas las audiencias, a decidir si los entrevista o no el acusado o el abogado del acusado, a dar su opinión antes de que un juez decida en cuanto a excarcelación, negociación de un convenio resolutorio, programación de audiencias e imposición de condena, y a recibir una indemnización de cualquier persona que haya sido condenada por ocasionarles alguna pérdida económica. Si no les han entregado aún estos derechos por escrito, comuníquense con el Departamento de Servicios a Víctimas de la Oficina de la Fiscalía del Condado.
All right, we'll begin with Mr. Rodriguez Aguilar. If you please come to the podium, and Mr. Rivera Lopez will be next.
Vamos a empezar.
He's here.
Okay.
All right, sir, may I have your full name and date of birth?
Señor, ¿me puede decir su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento?
Andrés Rodríguez Aguilar, 11/30 de 1990.
Víctor Andrés Rodríguez Aguilar, 11/30, 1990.
Thank you. You have been arrested on the following allegations: possession of narcotic drugs for sale and transportation for sale and or sale of narcotic drugs. Those are Class 2 felonies. Also, possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. Based on what the police presented, there is probable cause for those offenses, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. I'm scheduling 2 court hearings for you next week. The first will be a status conference on Wednesday, August 26th at 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing will be Friday, August 28th at 8:30 in the morning. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. The dates and the address will be on your paperwork. You have a $10,000 cash-only appearance bond in this case. You have to deposit that to be released while you wait for your trial. If you are released, then you must comply with all of your conditions and come to all of your court dates. If you miss a court date or violate your conditions, you could lose the bond money forever, and there will be a warrant issued for your arrest. If you come to all of your court hearings and comply with your conditions, you will get the bond money back at the end of the case, even if you are ultimately convicted. Your conditions include no contact with the officers who arrested you, nor any co-defendants you may have or witnesses in the case. That applies whether you are in or out of jail. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. You may not leave the state without the court's permission. Your complete orders are in writing. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you a copy of those. and you can hand her the headphone. Thank you. All right, then we just need a moment and Mr. Rivera Lopez can come in. After that, we will do Ali Alabadi, although I'm going to make a general call for interpreters.
Okay.
Right here, sir. Okay, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Moisés Rivera López, día 18 de octubre de 1975.
Moisés Rivera Lopez, 10/18/1975.
Thank you. You are here on a new case. You were arrested on one allegation of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person and one allegation. One moment, please. I apologize. The second allegation against you is failure to admit the carrying of a deadly weapon in your vehicle when asked by a police officer. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. Based on what the police presented, and for purposes of today's hearing only, the court finds probable cause only for the failure to admit the possession of the weapon, which is a class 1 misdemeanor. The court does not, for purposes of this hearing only, find probable cause for the possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. And the reasons for that, which are more detailed in my order, are that while the police allege you are not a United States citizen, that alone does not establish illegal presence in the United States. So I cannot find probable cause as of this moment for the element of the crime that requires that a person be illegally present in the United States. Whether they are a citizen is only one part of that. So please talk to your lawyer about how that works. It does not mean the charge is dismissed. That is very important. My finding applies only with regard to the setting of release conditions. So I am essentially ignoring that charge for purposes of release conditions, but the charge is still pending against you. That's why I am appointing a lawyer to represent you and sending you downtown next week. No, I apologize. Your court dates are actually in 2 weeks. That's going to be a status conference September 4th, 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing. Okay, that's good. With a preliminary hearing September 8th at 8:30. So your court dates are 2 weeks from now. You must appear, you must speak to your lawyer about this, and you and your lawyer can go over whatever the final charges may be. It is now the decision of the prosecutor's office whether to continue to pursue the weapons possession charge or any other charge that they believe is valid. So I hope you understand that the charge is not dismissed, but I am essentially disregarding it when setting release conditions. So that is the reason I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. That means your promise to come to court and comply with release conditions. Your release conditions are in writing. Don't have any contact with the officers who arrested you. Don't possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Don't drive without a valid license. Keep the court updated with your address if it changes. Do you have any questions?
No, está bien.
No, it's fine.
All right. Do you promise to do those things and come to court?
Te juro.
Yes, I swear.
All right. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy and you can hand her the headphones. Thank you. Okay. All right. Mr. Alabadi, if you come up, please. And I'm going to get my camera on. Counsel, if you're ready, can you get your camera? There we go. Okay. 1 second. Here we go.
Would you like to ask if there are more Spanish speakers?
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes, please. Please do before I let you go.
¿Alguna otra persona necesita intérprete en español? Levante la mano si alguien necesita intérprete.
Okay. Looks like we're good. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes, Ali Alabadi, 2005.
All right.
November 18th, 2005.
Thank you. And let me have the appearance of counsel, please.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Brianna Stetz appearing on behalf of the state.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Albadi, there is a prosecutor appearing for your case. You'll be able to hear her. I can also see her. So if I'm looking over here, I'm just looking at the video.
Oh, okay, yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Albadi, you have been arrested on a warrant because you've been charged, you've been indicted. That means a grand jury met, they heard evidence, and they found probable cause to formally charge you with murder in the first degree, committed during the commission of another crime. So that's also known as felony murder. It's a class 1 felony. Murder in the second degree, which is also a class 1 felony. 2 allegations of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. Those are class 3 felonies. And 1 allegation of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle. That's a class 5 felony. All of those are alleged to have been committed on March 22nd of 2026. I am appointing a lawyer for you at this time. It looks like you didn't complete the financial affidavit, so I'm also going to order that you complete one at the next hearing. I'm not sure of your financial situation or whether you can afford a lawyer, so I'm ordering you to complete that. But I'm also appointing the public defender in an abundance of caution because it's a very serious case and I don't want you to go without a lawyer. So you can talk to the public defender more about that at the next hearing. And of course, like every defendant, you are free to hire a lawyer of your choosing if you can afford to do that. If you do, the public defender will withdraw. All right, I'm scheduling your next court hearing. That's an arraignment hearing for August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. That is 1 week from today in the downtown Superior Court. The address on Madison Street will be on your paperwork. All right, so counsel, let me hear from the state, please. In support of the bond amount, the bond amount is very high. What was listed on the warrant, Mr. Alabadi, is a $3 million cash bail. There's a lengthy description of the offenses, which are obviously extremely serious. And the offense conduct itself is, of course, of extreme concern. But even for that type of offense, that is an extremely high bond. There are allegations of flight risk, which I want to hear more from the state about. But it's one that the court wants to have more information on. So, Ms. Stutz, I understand you're prepared to give me that, so please go ahead.
Yes, Judge, thank you. As you noted, it is a really high bond. I agree with Your Honor. It's a higher bond that I usually request in cases like this that involve homicides. However, specifically with somebody with no felony criminal history. So I understand the court's concern that it is a very high bond. However, the state is extremely concerned by the fact that the defendant fled to Mexico immediately after the crash. So my understanding from speaking with the Glendale Fugitive Squad is that the crash happens on March 22nd. It's a Sunday morning. The defendant is in the hospital for about 4 to 5 days after the crash from injuries that he sustained in the vehicle collision. And then my understanding is that the defendant is seen crossing over into Mexico in his girlfriend, baby mama, some relation to him, in her vehicle fleeing into Mexico on April 13th. Then the fugitive squad receives information that he came back to Arizona sometime in July. They believe that it was mid-July, but they're not able to confirm the exact day that he came back from Mexico. But they do believe that it was mid-July, and then they did receive confirmation that he was back in Arizona on July 31st. So the state believes at this time that he was in Mexico for about 3 months during, while this case was, or officers were basically investigating this case. The defendant was interviewed last night by law enforcement detectives, and he did indicate to detectives post Miranda that he did go to Mexico during this time. He also indicated to detectives that he was essentially relieved when law enforcement apprehended him because he had been constantly looking over his shoulder, constantly in a bad place since this crash occurred, and kind of knew that this was coming. So the state is extremely concerned by this behavior from the crash, given the allegations of the unlawful flight itself. That should indicate to the court that he is a flight risk. And then the fact that he did flee to Mexico immediately after the crash, about 2.5 weeks after after the crash itself, when he was released from the hospital. The state also knows that the defendant was born in Iraq, that he has ties to Iraq. He indicated to detectives last night that he has family or friends in Mexico that he was staying with. So the state is extremely concerned about the risk of flight. If the court wants to hear information about the dangerous allegations that are contained in this charge, I am more than happy to go over the facts of the case with Your Honor too, to show that the defendant is a danger to the community. But I know that the court did have specific questions regarding the flight. So I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that for Your Honor.
All right, and I'm assuming that if you had some, you would give it, but right now it sounds like you don't have any financial information about the defendant's resources or those of his potential resources of his family.
Defendant indicated, the only thing that I'm aware of at this time is the interview that the defendant gave to law enforcement last night. And in that interview he gave to law enforcement, he indicated that he's not technically employed, but he works as he goes live on TikTok, and that he makes between $3,000 to $4,000 a week going live on TikTok. But that's the only information that he provided to law enforcement about work. I don't know anything about his family.
Okay, thanks. All right, so Mr. Alabadi, I'm going to give you a chance to speak.
Okay.
I certainly want to caution you before I do that, because you face extremely serious charges. And I understand that it's maybe very difficult not to respond to things that somebody else just said. So the caution I want to give you is this. You have the right to remain silent about what you've been accused of. Are you very clear on that? I need a yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you clear that you have the right to the assistance of a lawyer? And I did appoint one for you. Are you clear on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer's not here. Lawyers can speak for their clients and tell their client's side of the story without it being potentially held against the person at trial. You don't necessarily enjoy that because the things that you're saying today are being audio and video recorded, and they could be played back to a jury. They could be used against you at any hearing, including this one. And so you need to understand there's a very significant potential downside of talking about what you've been accused of with anyone other than your lawyer. And certainly the court urges any criminal defendant to only discuss the facts of their case with their own lawyer, because those statements are privileged. So any defense attorney standing with you would probably tell you not to talk about what you've been accused of. That being said, I am considering bail or release conditions in your case. I'm not going to reweigh the facts of the case. Here's why. A grand jury found probable cause.
Yes,
and that was a formal probable cause finding. I have a detailed description from the warrant and the police paperwork today of what you're accused of. But I am not here to test the strength of the evidence other than as it may relate to your potential for danger to the community and flight risk. Principally, the court is concerned about flight anytime that someone has ties to one, much less two foreign countries. The court is concerned about flight. These are all but one of them is a prison mandatory offense if convicted. And certainly the murder charges and the aggravated assault charges can carry lengthy prison sentences even for first-time offenders, which increases the risk that someone will flee to do it. You're accused of, at least for a period of time, having left the country in an effort to avoid apprehension or prosecution. I'm very clear that you came back voluntarily and weren't extradited. So if you were wanting to point those things out, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
But certainly as far as whether or why you may have gone to another country, even admitting that you went to another country, you may regret at a later hearing if if your lawyer tells you that. So I trying to give you the strongest possible caution to be careful about what you say, Mr. Alabadi, but I also firmly believe you have the right to speak at this hearing. So do you understand the warnings that I just gave you? And do you have any questions for me about those?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then I would invite you to tell me what you think I should order as far as bail or release conditions. Again, I discourage you from talking about the facts of your case.
Okay.
What did you want to say?
Your Honor, I think that I would really need more mental help than jail time. And I didn't go to Mexico running. I went on vacation, and I had just went to go get a breather, and I came back, and everything is voluntarily. I chose to come back. I did not run. I was not planning on running. Running was not my it was not my idea at all. And I came back, and over there in Mexico, I was going to mental care. I was going to a lot of mental care. When I came over here, I didn't want to go into mental care because I was scared to go into mental care. And pretty much just, I think I really need more mental help than I don't know, but $3 million is crazy. I promise, the flight is not I'm not a risk at all. I will literally do an ankle monitor. I'll do whatever you need me to do. I will obey everything you need me to do. If you could lower my bail by any chance.
All right, thank you, and thank you for letting me know all of that. So I've considered the state's allegations against you and the apparent strength of the evidence, which if they have the evidence they have, it appears to be a substantial weight of evidence. I've considered the nature of the charges and the potential for risk to the community and the potential for risk of flight to avoid prosecution.
Yeah, it was a car accident.
I'm very clear on that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm extremely
sorry
clear.
about that.
In this case, the court is going to affirm the bond set by the judge who issued it out of grand jury. I'm hesitant. I am hesitant to do that. I think it's the right decision. I don't know everything that was presented to the grand jury. I am extremely concerned about risk of flight, not only now, but at any later point in the case, because the bond is intended to secure not only your appearance at early hearings, but also your voluntarily, if the verdict goes against you, you voluntarily surrender yourself into custody.
Yes, ma'am.
For what could be, if you're convicted as currently charged, at least a decade and a half or 2 decades in prison. And so the bond is intended to secure that right up until the end. And the court is very concerned that it may not. So that is why I'm ordering it. I will, please talk to your lawyer about what time you could potentially face if you are convicted. You have multiple victims. There are many moving parts to sentencing, many moving parts. And so, and you are not convicted. You are presumed innocent in this case. I do not forget that when I set a bail of this magnitude. This ties the single highest bond I have ever set, which is why I'm very concerned, Ms. Stutz. I set bond for the alleged canal killer. So, but they allege, with something to back it up, some apparent evidentiary support, that you have significant ties to at least 1 and likely 2 foreign countries, and that you face the potential for a very long prison sentence if you are convicted. Also, the court has not forgotten that the allegations against you do implicate public safety risks as well. So that's my reasoning. You can speak to your lawyer about a motion to potentially modify that and to further flesh out your financial situation, and victims' rights have to be complied with, for a motion to modify that. But at this moment in time, I believe that the correct decision is to affirm the decision of the judge who heard the presentation at grand jury, and that is $3 million cash only. You have other conditions that you have to comply with, which include whether you are in or out of
Cash
custody.
only?
Correct, dollar for dollar. So you may not initiate contact with any alleged victim. That would be the surviving victim or victims. No contact with any of the next of kin of the deceased victim. You can't drive at all. You are prohibited from driving. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. You may not leave the state, and I am ordering passport surrender in serious potential flight risk cases and when people have ties to countries that you have to fly to get to. I will order passport surrender. I'm ordering you to surrender all passports issued to you by any issuing authority. That means any government under any name, every passport you have to surrender to the courtroom clerk. That is whether you are in or out of custody. You can talk to your lawyer about how to get that done if you are in custody. And everything else is going to be on your paperwork. Counsel, anything else from the state?
Nothing from the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we're going to get that printed up for you, Mr. Alabadi, and we will send you out a copy. You will be back in court next week. August 27th is your arraignment. That's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you those copies. Thank you, and you're welcome to be excused, counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Got it. For which one? Okay. Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Sanchez, Robert Sanchez, if you come to the podium. 27. Oh, 27? Okay, hang on, I got to refresh. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I just had to hit refresh. I got him now, thank you. All right, you're Mr. Sanchez. After that, I need William Sands to go to the podium, please. Good morning, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Morning. Robert Ruben Sanchez III, 10/12/1981.
Okay, thanks. 10/12 of 81?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You are here on the new case. You got booked in for possession of dangerous drugs. It's a class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. It's going to be the same lawyer in this case that you have for your other open case, which is CR 2025-118883. Your initial appearance in that case was June 4th of last year, and I'm showing it still remains pending. Your next court date in that case is currently September 10th. So that is significant for a reason that I'll tell you in a moment. I'm scheduling 3 court dates for you next week in this new case. The first is going to be a status conference on Wednesday, August 26th at 8:30, with your preliminary hearing on Friday, August 28th at 8:30. In between those, on Thursday, August 27th, you're going to have a bail eligibility hearing at 1:30 in the afternoon. The reason you need a bail hearing is that you're not eligible for bail today. You've come in with probable cause for a new felony while you had any pending felony case. And Arizona law says, I cannot give you bail when that happens, but you do get a bail hearing within 1 week. So yours is 1 week from today. It's on your paperwork. It's the one called evidentiary hearing. That's your bail hearing. Because it is an evidentiary hearing, the court may take evidence on it, but the whole point of that hearing is whether you might be found eligible for bail. So you may or may not get bail next week in this case. You're just not eligible today. I have to hold you. So everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, should give you a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sand? Then Charles Kalkbrenner, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
William David Sands,
What's your date of birth?
11/04/68.
Thank you. You're here on a grand jury warrant, which means you've been indicted on formal charges. They are 1 count of trafficking in stolen property in the first degree. That's a class 2 felony. 1 count of theft as a class 2 felony. 1 count of fraudulent schemes as a class 2 felony. 1 count of conspiracy to commit those things, which is a class 2 felony. 1 allegation of illegally conducting or controlling a business enterprise. That's a class 3 felony. And 5 counts of organized retail theft. Those are class 4 felonies. The alleged offense dates in your case, they range from about March 11th of this year to August 3rd of this year. You will receive a copy of the charges and police reports through your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing August 27th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That's 1 week from today. I am affirming the bond in your case. It is $75,000 that is secured. Secured means you can use a bail bond company.
Yeah.
If you bond out, Comply with all of your written conditions. No going to the scenes of any alleged crimes, no contact with any alleged victims, witnesses, arresting officers, or co-defendants. You have at least one co-defendant because you are listed as co-defendant number 2. But your indictment is going to be unsealed between now and your next court date, and you'll get a copy of that from your lawyer. You'll find out what co-defendants you may have. Everything else is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy. Mr. Kalkbrenner. And then Juan Escriba, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Charles David Carpenter, January 25th, 1996.
All right, thank you. You are here in a new case. You were arrested for 1 allegation of armed robbery. That's a class 2 felony. 1 allegation of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That's a class 3 felony. Possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. Based on what the police presented, there is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference, August 26th, which is this coming Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30 in the morning. Based on what's been alleged against you, I believe the state's recommendation is appropriate. And so bond is set in your case at $75,000. That is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions. No contact with the alleged victim. That applies whether you are in or out of jail. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Everything else is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy. Mr. Escriba? And then Jake Bradley. We go to the chair, please. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Juan Carlos Escriba, 03/24/1995.
All right, thank you, Mr. Escriba. You're here on a grand jury warrant as well. That means you've been indicted. You've been formally charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That's a class 3 felony. 2 allegations of aggravated DUI for having prior DUIs. Those are class 4 felonies. That's a suspended license. 2 allegations of aggravated DUI by wrong way driving. Those are class 4 felonies. Those are all alleged to have occurred back on June 23rd of 2024. All right, I am going to appoint a lawyer for you. You will be arraigned 1 week from today, which is August 27th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I am affirming the bond set by the judge who issued the grand jury warrant. That is $50,000. It is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. You have other conditions you're ordered to comply with. That includes absolutely no driving at any time for any reason. Don't have any contact with any alleged victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. That's whether you are in or out of jail. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy. Thank you. Mr. Bradley, and then Andrew Terrazas, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Full name is Jake Allen Bradley, 11/12/1993.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. You're here on 2 matters. One is a new case and one's your probation case. In the new case, you were arrested for possessing both narcotic and dangerous drugs for purposes of sale. Those are class 2 felonies. Resisting arrest, which is a class 6 felony, and failure to obey a police officer, which is a class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case. And in your probation case, you also have a probation hold, which means the probation department is notifying you and the court that according to their policy, they will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on the new arrest. So you get a lawyer for that also, and you get an additional court date for that. Let me go back to your new case, the drug case. You're going to have a status conference. Maybe I just told you that. It's a status conference August 26th at 8:30. I just want to make sure I did. Preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30. The probation case is actually going to go in between those on Thursday, August 27th at 8:30 for a revocation arraignment. Eventually, they will come together in the system. I just can't set them at the same time right now. So that's why you have 3 court dates next week. Your bond in each of the 2 cases is $5,000 cash only. That is $10,000 cash total. If you post it, comply with all of your release conditions. That includes, of course, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Call your PO within 72 hours of any release, because if you bond out, you're still on probation. You got to comply while all of this is going on. Everything is on your paperwork. You'll be back in court next week. Step to your left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Terrazas? And then Mr. Barnes, we go to the chair. Right here, sir. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and date of birth?
Yeah, first name is going to be Andrew, last name Terrazas, 3/31/1997.
Thank you. Here in a new case, you were arrested for aggravated DUI by wrong way driving and on a suspended license. Those are both class 4 felonies. Also hit and run as a class 1 misdemeanor. Oh, this is another one. Hang on, let me check where the selection of counsel thing, they said they fixed it, and I think it's actually worse. Yeah, I got to reprint this one too. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me make sure it took. I am giving you a lawyer. Our system just keeps changing it. Yeah, okay, good. So we do need to reprint yours because I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm giving you 2 court dates next week. That's going to be a status conference, Wednesday, August 26th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, August 28th. Those are both next week. Based on what's been alleged against you, bond is set in the amount of $2,500. That is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. If and when you post it, you'll be released to pretrial services with alcohol testing. So you're going to get an envelope that talks about that. That means if and when you post a bond, once you get out, you got to call the number and start alcohol testing. You may not drive any motor vehicle at any time. You currently lack the legal right to do it, and there's probable cause to believe you're bad at it and you endanger people. So absolutely no driving if you bond out. No contact with the alleged victim, whether you are in or out of jail. No weapons, no drugs. Obviously, no alcohol. You will test to prove that you're not drinking. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. And I will say, Mr. Terrazas, the reason you're getting a bond in this case is because this is not your first rodeo with drinking and driving. You appear to have begun a course of this behavior potentially back last November. You've now seen a whole panoply of what goes on in DUI. I know. That young man is accused of murdering somebody else by wrong way driving. The guy who got $50,000, guess what he's accused of doing? This case, wrong way driving. So if you bond out and you were to commit this type of offense while the case is pending, not only would I have to hold you without bail, but it is my belief the county attorney would start their offer to you just for the drunk driving at 2.5 years in prison. Right now, as the things stand right now, if you are convicted of one of those aggravated DUIs, you'll do no less than 4 months in the state penitentiary, followed by probation. Almost nobody knows that. Did you know that?
I didn't know.
Mandatory prison. It's not the county jail. The Arizona legislature will make you suit up in an orange jumpsuit. If you're lucky, it'll be the Lewis State Prison on the west side of town. If you're unlucky, it'll be Southern Arizona. You go 4 months in the state pen, then you get to enjoy probation. So right now, you face incredibly serious consequences. We have some of the most harsh DUI laws in the nation.
I understand.
If you were to do this again while the case is pending, you're going to go from bad to life-changing. So everything is on your paperwork. Do not drive. Do you understand?
And I won't be released today, though. That's right.
You got to bond out. Do not drive. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork.
And you said that was 25.
2,500, and you can use a bail bondsman. If you bond out, that's when you begin the alcohol testing. So that's in the envelope. All right. Thanks. Mr. Ponce? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes, and then Mr. Ponce. First, Mr. Barnes. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Stephen Barnes, November 8, 1972.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. You're here on a new case. You've got booked in for 1 allegation of criminal damage as a Class 6 felony, 8 allegations of criminal damage as Class 1 misdemeanors. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference August 26th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing of August 28th at 8:30. Same court. The address is on your paperwork. Based on what's been alleged against you, bond is set in the amount of $2,500. It is secured. If you post it, you're going to be released on an ankle monitor. The purpose of the ankle monitor is to keep you compliant with the order to move. You may not reside in that apartment complex while this case is pending. You're allowed to do a civil standby one time with a law enforcement officer to collect belongings, but you have to call the Phoenix Police Department and request it. You call the non-emergency number, ask for a civil standby. They will want to see your paperwork, so don't lose it, to see that you have permission to do it. You can collect some essential belongings, and then you have to stay somewhere else that is outside that apartment complex. Absolutely no contact with any of the alleged victims or witnesses. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any and every order of protection or injunction against harassment that might be served on you. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy of that. Thank you. Mr. Ponce? And then Ashley Van Douser or Van Duser, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Kevin Ponce, 06-19-95.
Thank you. You're on a new case. You were arrested for assault and disorderly conduct, both Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanors. There is probable cause for those. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. That's in the Surprise City Court, and at this time, that appointment is on the bond issue only. It's up to the Surprise City Court whether they give you a lawyer for the entire case. I put some information on that in your order. You can also talk to the court-appointed lawyer in the Surprise City Court next week about that. Your court date is in 5 days. It is this coming Tuesday, August 25th, 1:30 in the afternoon in the Surprise City Court. Based on what's been alleged against you, I have to reprint this one, I'm sorry. There's a bunch of missing stuff. Based upon what has been alleged against you, the court is extremely concerned about the safety of the alleged victim. So, bond is set in your case at $2,500. It is secured. You may have absolutely no contact with the alleged victim. You may not live where the alleged victim lives. If you have been, which it appears you may have been, you can do a civil standby with law enforcement to collect belongings, and you have to bring proof to your next court date of wherever you are staying. Again, absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, whether you are in or out of custody. You are not allowed to respond to any contact from her. Everything's on your paperwork, but I do need to reprint it. If you'll step out to your left, they're going to send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Van Duser? And then Isaiah Zimmerman, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Ashley Van Duser, 9/25/1984.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a probation violation warrant. You're on felony probation. Back on March 5th, there was a third petition to revoke filed in your case that alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing will be in the downtown probation court, August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. Your bond is $750. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, do not miss your court date, and call your PO within 72 hours of release. Everything is on your paperwork. The phone number is on your paperwork, so you do not have an excuse for failing to call if you don't after you get released. That's if you bond out. If you don't bond out, talk to your lawyer about it next week. Even if you do bond out, call your lawyer. You're still on probation, even while this is happening. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy of your paper. Mr. Zimmerman? Then Mario Hernandez, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Isaiah Jacob Zimmerman, 7/21/93.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Zimmerman, you're here on a probation warrant. Back on July 2nd of this year, there was a second petition to revoke your probation filed that alleges that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in probation court. Your court date there is 1 week from today, which is August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. The address in downtown Phoenix is on your paperwork. Your bond is $500. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. The number's on your paperwork. She's got a copy of that for you. All right, then Mr. Hernandez, after that, David Jennings. So please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Mario Hernandez, 9/14/99.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a warrant for failing to appear at your revocation arraignment in your probation case. That happened on August 3rd. There was a warrant issued for your arrest. Your revocation arraignment has been rescheduled with a possible disposition hearing for next week, August 27th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. That address is on your paperwork. I'm going to affirm the bond that the probation judge gave you. That is $350. It is secured. If you bond out, apply with your conditions, call your PO. If you step to your left, she's got your paperwork. I'm gonna have to look at Eddie for a minute too before I do it. All right, Mr. Jennings and then Randall Herring. Will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
David Michael Jennings, 4/23/1980.
All right, sir, you're here on a bench warrant as well. That is for failing to appear at your revocation arraignment on or about July 30th. There was a warrant issued for you. You already have a lawyer appointed for you on this petition, and your revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing will now be held 1 week from today, August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. The court address is on your paperwork, and I'm also affirming your bond, which is $350 secured. If you post it, comply with your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours of release. This officer has your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Herring? And then I'm going to take a minute to work on the one that had the late ads. All right, Mr. Herring, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Randall Dean Herring Jr., September 24th, 1988.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Herring, you're here on a new case and a probation hold. In your new case, you were arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm scheduling 2 court dates for you next week. The status conference will be Wednesday, August 26th at 8:30 in the morning, and your preliminary hearing will be Friday, August 28th at 8:30. Those are in the downtown Superior Court, and the address will be on your paperwork. Now, the probation department is also going to be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new case. That's their policy. They have to. So you have to go to probation court, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date in probation court is 1 week from today, which is August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation arraignment, possible disposition hearing, address on your paperwork. I don't know if you've been through this before, but I can't put your court dates together today, but they will come together just as soon as everybody can get that done next week. So you have a $250 secured appearance bond in your probation case and a $50 bond. We call it a placeholder bond in your new case for $300 total. The placeholder bond just means it makes you eligible for credit for time in custody if you do end up convicted in that case, and it ensures that you'll be taken over for your court hearings. But in the absence of your probation case, I probably would have released you in that case. So that's why it's only $50. So $300 total. If you bond out, call your lawyer and don't miss your court dates. If you step to your left, she's got your paperwork. Give me 1 second to look at this new one. Hold on. Okay, I see. Right. Okay. Here we go. Figure out the lay of the land here.
I do want to be a large person. Yeah. So we can do put this on first. Can you see that? Okay, this one's done. I take it off.
Okay.
No, I didn't tell my other guy. It's her business. Yes. Right. Absolutely cool.
I've been there.
Yeah. I was already like that, so I love.
Okay, so for, Eddie, give me a second, I'm gonna wanna reprint 27, and then when you print the others. Okay, 27 and 28 are good to go. Okay, Mr. Eddie, you can go ahead and come in, and then after that will be Jessica Gardoni, if you go to the chair.
Right here.
Hello, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
John Eddie, 55079.
Okay, thanks. You're back in court because the county attorney has filed a new case against you. It dates back to March, so they've charged you with theft of a means of transportation, Class 3 felony. The alleged offense is back on March 11th of 2026. So you'll get a copy of the charge and police reports from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer. I'm sure it'll go to the same lawyer that you have for your other stuff. And I have to give you an arraignment hearing of August 27th, 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Now, by policy, probation has to file a new supplemental petition to revoke in your 2 probation cases. So you also have to go back to probation court for both of those because this is a new allegation of violation. So I'm giving you a lawyer for that as well. My guess is it'll just go right to the same person. So I do need to send you to see the probation court as well. We're going to be able to put those on the same day, August 27th, 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment. Now, I saw that you did enter a DOC plea in your pending case. So, and you already got held no bond in that case. So I'm just setting what's called a placeholder bond. It's $50 per case. Don't post it. I mean, you're allowed to, but it's a bad idea. Your lawyer will be mad at you because 2 things will happen. You won't be eligible for credit for any of this, and they won't take you to your court date, so they'll kick out a warrant for you downtown, even though you're literally sitting in sheriff's custody. And then you get to come right back here, and it's completely pointless. So the whole point of the placeholder bond is so they'll take you to your court date, so you don't catch a warrant when you're literally sitting in jail. And so you're eligible for credit for time in custody, which is particularly important, I think, on the theft of means case. If you do end up convicted in that case, you would start being eligible for credit today, so long as you don't post that bond. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I usually just tell people, if you're even thinking about doing it, talk to your lawyer first, because it's usually a bad idea. Absolutely no contact with any alleged victim in the theft of means case. That would be whoever owned the allegedly stolen vehicle or any co-defendants you may have, et cetera. Everything else is pretty standard, but it's all in your paperwork. And like I said, I believe high chance it's going right back to your existing lawyer. So you'll be back in court next week, okay? 2 steps you left to get your paperwork. Thanks. All right, Ms. Gardoni, and then Timothy Bergman, if you go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Jessica Gardoni, 4193.
Okay, thanks. You're here on an arrest warrant for an older case.
Yeah.
You've now been formally charged with 1 count of narcotic drug possession of Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession of Class 6 felony. Those are alleged to have been committed back on March 20th of this year, and somewhere in Mesa. That's all I can tell you because somebody else found probable cause, but the warrant says it comes from Mesa. So if that doesn't ring a bell, you'll get a copy of the charges and police reports from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm giving you 2 court dates. They'll be in about 2 weeks. The first one is a status conference on September 4th, 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing is the next week, September 8th at 8:30. Everything's on your paperwork, including the address in downtown Phoenix. This is a newly filed case, but it's a drug case. So I'm going to release you to come to court on your own. I'm going to give you a chance fair and square to show up. If you don't, there's going to be a warrant and you're going to end up with a bond.
Yeah.
So, and in the case like yours, if you don't have any felony priors, which I think you don't.
I don't. I'm just so confused.
Yeah, so go to court because it's not up to me, it's up to the county attorney, but there's a high chance you may get what's called a diversion offer, which means you do some classes, you do drug testing, you get some help, and you never take a conviction. You never take one if you complete diversion. People with no criminal history who come in on this charge, that's who the county attorney typically makes that offer to. And I'm only telling you that to get you to go to court. It's not up to me whether they give you the offer. I'm just saying you are right in the wheelhouse of the people who typically get that offer.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Does this typically have to do with, me not paying a fine at all?
No, this is drug possession. This is probably,
all right.
could be fentanyl, could be cocaine, something that qualifies as a narcotic drug. Like I said, I don't know the specific allegations because the judge who issued the warrant is the one who read the probable cause statement. I don't get the probable cause.
I've just never been caught with drugs.
Oh, okay. Well, talk to your lawyer about that because I always tell people who say it wasn't me, I say, identity is a defense. They have to prove it was you. So go talk to your lawyer. You'll get police reports. You'll have a much better idea of what you're being accused of.
Okay.
But just don't fail to show up. None of that stuff happens if you fail to show up.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Except you left to get your paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Bergman. And then Shannon McCracken, we go to the chair. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Timothy Bergman, 8/19/96.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got booked in for dangerous drug possession, a class 1 misdemeanor. Sorry. Dangerous drug possession is a class 4 felony. I skipped ahead. Driving on a suspended license is a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date is going to be a status conference September 4th at 8:30 in the morning. That's about 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing September 8th at 8:30. Same court. It's on your paperwork. Looks like you don't have any felony priors either. So I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. Everything I just told her applies to you. The drug you're accused of, if it's meth, then I think it was, then technically it's not mandatory probation, but after a million years in this job, you're still in the wheelhouse of people they typically make a diversion offer to. Again, it is up to the county attorney. The court does not decide who gets to go into diversion. It's actually the county attorney who does. So talk to your lawyer about that. But you shouldn't have any reason to dodge court unless you're making very, very bad decisions, which means we'll see you again real soon and we'll give you a bond. So much better to show up. Everything's on your paperwork. I'll let you prove whether you will or you won't. It's very much in your best interest to show up. But if you don't, I'll see you soon, give you the bond.
And then a quick question too is I have paperwork that I got, I believe is from the DMV stating that my license was like good again. So
okay, check that. Take to your lawyer. Okay. If your lawyer can get that charge knocked off, they absolutely will. All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Or Ms. McCracken, sorry, and then Grace Green, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Shannon Nicole McCracken, 11/28/1969.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got booked in for possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, an unlawful use of a means of transportation alleged as a passenger, which is a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference September 4th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing September 8th at 8:30, all in downtown Phoenix. The address and the dates are on your paperwork. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance too. You've got some older criminal history. It's pretty old. And this is mainly a drug case also with the property crime. So I don't want you to have any contact with any alleged victim or witness to do with the vehicle. But I think even if you did exactly what you're accused of, it doesn't mean you won't show up for court and deal with this. It's probation eligible. So I don't have any reason to hold you unless you give us one by failing to appear. So just show up and talk to your lawyer, okay? All right, if you step to your left to get your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Green? And then Samuel Tinoco, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Hello, Grace Green, 10/4/2000.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for unlawful failure to return rented property, which is a class 6 felony. I thought it was a 5, might be a class 5. It's one of those. The police listed it as a 6. It is what it is. There is probable cause for it. Talk to your lawyer about that. The difference between a class 5 and a class 6 felony is not huge. Your status conference will be September 4th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing September 8th at 8:30, downtown Superior Court. I'm releasing you as well on your own recognizance. You don't have any felony priors. I'm not even sure you have, you got a little bit of misdemeanor stuff. Yeah. Nothing that worries me. Like I told the last defendant, even if you did exactly what you're accused of, I think it's safe to release you in the community.
Okay.
Show up. The thing you don't want to do is continue spending nights in jail, I would think.
Yeah.
Don't have any contact with whoever the car is allegedly owned by. So no alleged victim, or if it's a company, no employees. Just don't have any contact with them. Talk to your lawyer first. Like if the company were to try to reach out to you for anything, talk to your lawyer about responding before you do, okay?
Okay.
And just don't miss your court dates, okay? All right.
Gotcha.
Everything's done your paperwork. Step to left, get your
Thank
paperwork. Good luck, man. Mr. Tinoco, Samuel Tinoco? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Samuel Tinoco, 9/14/2002.
Okay, thanks. You're on 2 warrants from Peoria City Court. They're both post-adjudication warrants. That means you've been convicted. And in both cases, it was for disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor. You're going to have an arraignment hearing September 8th, which is a little over 2 weeks from now. September 8th, 9 in the morning in the Peoria City Court. They didn't, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but they didn't give me any information about whether this was a failure to appear, what your appearance history is in the case, or anything like that. So I'm assuming you're going to go. You almost certainly owe money. You might owe domestic violence classes or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
You got to go talk to them, or this will happen again, even if it takes 10 years. You will get an ugly surprise from a cop saying you got 2 Peoria warrants. Go. If you don't go, and if they either tell me or it's a day where I bother to separately look it up, I'm going to stick you with the bond. If I see you got this OR, it means I gave you this speech. I gave it to everybody. So I'll know you had the speech and you went, I don't care. Then I'm definitely giving you at least a small bond because you have to go to court. My job is to get you to go to court. It's their job to get you to pay or do classes. As long as you're going to court, you got no problem here. So do that, September 8th, 9 in the morning. Comply with whatever your existing terms are in those cases. So I just have a catch-all saying, I don't know what you've been ordered to do in those cases in terms of no victim contact or no weapons or any of that. I'm saying you have to comply with whatever the Peoria court had already ordered you to do as far as that stuff as a term of release.
Yes,
all right. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she's going to give you your copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just be 1 second careful. Good. Are we clear? Okay, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, you can come in.
Facing forward.
All right, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Edwin Rodriguez Torres, April 13, 2000.
All right, thanks. And then may I have the appearance of counsel, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn, on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, you've been arrested in a new case. The allegations are 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor as Class 2 felonies, 2 counts of sexual assault as Class 2 felonies, 1 count of sexual abuse as a Class 3 felony. Based on what the police have presented, there is probable cause for all of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Thank you.
I'm scheduling 2 court dates for you next week. The first will be a status conference, Wednesday, August 26th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing August 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Before I set conditions of bail or release, I'm going to hear from the prosecutor, so give me a moment to do that. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a preliminary matter, the state is asking to seal the Form 4 because it contains the minor victim's name. I did file the written request, although I don't see it attached in ISIS.
I see it, yes, and thank you for reminding me. So that is granted, and let me just explain, Mr. Rodriguez. The police aren't supposed to include any identifying information for people under the age of 18 when they do their paperwork. They often forget that. And so in your case, they did include some identifying information for the juvenile that Supreme Court rules says must not go into the public record, like up on the website and stuff. So when that happens, then the county attorney asks for us to withhold that copy from the public record till they can redact it. They redact the victim's information out of it, and then it would go into the public record. So I'm granting the state's motion just to seal the Form 4, but you will get all of that information through your lawyer. It just means it won't go, the police booking paperwork won't go immediately into the public record because it needs to be redacted. Hopefully that makes sense. Just talk to your lawyer if it doesn't. But in any event, I just wanted to explain that. Okay, please go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $250,000 cash-only bond, and if Mr. Rodriguez is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring along with no contact with any minors. These are obviously very serious charges. He touched a 12-year-old girl on her genitals on at least 2 occasions and forced her to perform oral sex on him. He does appear to have a prior misdemeanor conviction from Virginia from 2023 that is for disseminating obscenity to harass. Obviously, we don't have a lot of specific facts related to that conviction, but the particular nature of that conviction gives the state more concern about community safety. There is strong evidence, as Mr. Rodriguez made admissions to law enforcement. We believe that that high cash-only bond is necessary to protect the community, especially children. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, I've considered what you've been accused of, your criminal history, and the amount of, the potential for your risk in the community, both to this child and potentially other children, and the potential for flight to avoid a potentially lengthy prison mandatory sentence. The sentencing for when an alleged victim is under the age of 15 is considerably higher. It is, I think I could safely characterize it as very high. That the penalties that you could potentially face in this case are extremely high. And that increases the risk that someone will flee to avoid prosecution. I also have to place offenders and fact patterns that I see within a continuum of cases that the court sees, flight risk that's alleged, and in this case, the court is going to set bail in your case at $200,000. That is cash only. I'm very concerned about risk of flight because of the age of the alleged victim and the allegation that you made admissions to this. I think there's a strong risk of flight to avoid prosecution. That as time goes on, if it does appear to any person that they could face a decade or 2 in prison, that they strongly consider fleeing to avoid that outcome. And this court is, I have a lot of experience with this. We issue warrants for people who have in fact fled guilty verdicts in cases like this because there's so much time that they face. So I also have considered, as I told an earlier defendant, that bond is intended not just to secure people's appearance at early hearings. It has to secure their appearance right up through the possibility of a guilty verdict. And many defendants who bond out in cases like this, they do appear at all of their early hearings, but they run while the jury is out deliberating. So the court is concerned about security for your appearance throughout the pendency of the case. So, 1 second, I'll give you a chance to ask questions. I'll hear what you have to say, but in all events, I order no contact with the alleged victim, nor any victim representative, which would be whatever parent or guardian will be the victim representative for that child. No contact with them. If you're out of custody, obviously you cannot live where any children live. I prohibit you from any contact with minors. I see in the pretrial notes that you say you have a child of your own. Is that the alleged victim in this case or a different child?
What do you mean? I'm still trying to understand everything.
Okay, so I'm about to order no contact with any child. I do need to consider if there's a non-victim child, meaning that I have to consider other things. So if you have a child of your own, adopted or biological, who is not the alleged victim in this case, a different kid, then I have to ask you a couple questions about that. So you said in the pretrial services notes that you have one child.
Yes.
Is that the alleged victim right now, or is it a different kid?
That's a different kid.
Okay, so that child, how old is that child?
My son?
Your own son, yes.
2 years old.
2 years old. All right, and All right. So, in this case, I am very concerned that people who exhibit a sexual interest in children, research shows that that interest can cross genders and it can cross age groups depending on their access to the child. And so the court believes that in an abundance of caution, it is not safe for you to have any contact with your son either. So I am including your son in that order. Whether you're in or out of custody, you are not to have any contact with any person under the age of 18. You have to wear an ankle monitor by law because you're accused of sexual crimes, sexual felonies. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection or injunction against harassment that may be served on you. And if you have been living where children live, you're going to have to find an alternative residence. And just a second. Right, and bring proof to the court. You have to provide proof to pretrial services within 24 hours of release. Hang on, every time I edit it, I have to reappoint a lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for him. Okay, now, do you remember that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
And do you remember you have the right to a lawyer, and I am appointing one for you?
Yes.
All right, your lawyer's not standing here. You may have heard me tell an earlier defendant about how unhappy a defense attorney typically is when they find out their client has been talking about the facts of their case. Do you understand that I'm only encouraging you to talk about bail or release conditions? I'm not going to stop you from talking about what you've been accused of, but I certainly would discourage you because I don't think it's in your best interest and I'm trying to protect your rights. So do you understand all those warnings that I just gave you?
Yes.
Okay, now what did you want to say?
Like, so I will never have contact with my son?
Not never again, it's while the case is pending, or until another judge orders differently. You and your lawyer can bring a motion to modify that, and a trial court would certainly then, I think, get more information than is available at this time. At this stage of the proceedings, I strongly believe that it's important for the protection of your child to err on the side of caution. And given there is a lot of research about how people who have a sexual interest in children, it can move, it can jump genders back and forth, it can jump age groups, it's driven by other things than a very specific interest as far as age and gender goes. So there is a risk for your child. And the court believes in, balancing all of those things, that it's more important to protect your child than, at this moment in time, your liberty interest in parenting that child. So that is not forever, it's for now. And you can talk to your lawyer about a motion to potentially modify that, to try to persuade the trial court to make a different decision. Right now, I err on the side of protecting your child. So go ahead. Any other questions?
I don't know how to say this. I got nowhere to move. I got no money. I got nothing.
You could potentially have to go to a shelter. So if you're out of custody and you can't, and there's only children at the places you could live, you could literally end up in a shelter. You simply cannot have any contact with people under the age of 18. And that is, I believe it's necessary for the protection of the community, and you have to wear the ankle monitor by law. So you can talk to your lawyer about those things, and you will be back in court next week.
This week?
Next week, yeah. Your court dates are next week. They're on your paperwork, and I did give you a lawyer. That's where you will meet your lawyer.
So I'm still trying to stay. Am I staying or am I going?
You have to stay in custody unless and until you bond out, and your bond is currently $200,000. It is cash only. Only if that is deposited with the court, then they'll put the ankle monitor on you, explain that program to you, and you would be released. So talk to your lawyer about that next week. If you do bond out, do not miss your court dates. Okay, everything's on your paperwork. If you take that, you can step out to your left. All right, then we will be in recess until 2 p.m. today. Thank you.